Campaign. We, for once, are actually starting... Oh my gosh, I think my computer's having a stroke. Right after we did yesterday. And we are in the best position we've been in a while, and the worst position. In that we actually have managed to completely develop ourselves, get out of debt. But we have, of course, lost all of our land in the Americas, besides 2 provinces in the Bay of San Francisco, and lost all of our land outside of Europe. We are a very minor power in comparison to others. However, these actions have managed to redeem us. No longer do the other great powers of Europe hate us for having land that they want in the New World. And we do have the option to potentially get some alliances here. Looks like Castile's gone hostile again. Great. And a 565. My God. All the leaders in Europe are not bad. So we are continuing. Currently, of course, we are in a war we were called into by Ruthenia. A disastrous one for our ally, too. Due to the fact that we are currently... Music a bit. We are currently going to be fighting. I messed up the music. I did. Okay. We're fighting Bavaria. Now, Bavaria and Ruthenia had been allies for quite some time. Bavaria is an absolutely dominant power now in Central Europe. Ruthenia is our oldest now and only loyal ally we've ever had, and they are at war with someone who used to be their ally. Looks like they've been getting betrayed like we are. We have been called into this war and will, of course, support them. However, we're going to be very limited in what we can actually do here. I have built us 2 new armies that we can sustain. When they're complete, I'm going to be shipping them over to Ruthenia. We'll be sending troops in to help how we can with Bavaria. I don't expect us to be able to stop them, sadly. So, this is going to be pretty rough. We just need to keep up our good relations with everyone else. And we need to do what we can to just grow in power elsewhere. I am looking to fight a war in Italy too, but we'll see. Movement speed bonus will be huge. Alrighty, let's get into it. We're going to draw up our first army over there first. I don't think Bavaria has a fleet, do they? No. Good. We're only going to be fighting them on land. Actually, probably not a great thing. Oh, and Bruzu just died. So, Ambruzu is now dead. He was the one who seized power when he was still very young from the status and brought back the monarchy. He was also the only ruler in House Torres' history to not fight a war defensively or offensively. He inherited a war briefly for the last little bit of his reign at the start, and since then he oversaw the longest period of peace in Sardinian history. An absolute legend, who, though making a very, in many ways, autocratic and tyrannical system for our house, has brought it to prosperity for the first time ever. Really. He has died, I believe, at 55 years of age, and he is going to be succeeded by his daughter, Queen Isada Torres. I didn't fix the name again. That's Torres. Just pretend. She's a 424. She's strict, and she has a son already, Lissandro. So we have a queen in charge. She's very strict. She's very militaristic. She's exactly what we need at this point. So that is wonderful. Let's get our army over to Ruthenia. She would, of course, follow in her father's policies. We can actually... Oh, don't walk. Are they mothballed? They're not. We'll do it this way. We'll do this manually. I got used to using the autonomous stuff, but I've had so many issues with it lately. I'm just going to manually do this. We need to get more transport ships, but our economy really can't bear it with what we've got, so I'll do that later. Let me know if the music's too loud. I've been trying to get it more balanced. Whoa. That's unexpected. That is very unexpected. We just got an alliance offer from the Yusugai in Japan. They're strong, too. They hate the Hosokawa. We hate the Hosokawa. They're in Asia. We want to go to Asia. They're losing wars to Castalla. They hate our enemies as well. I see no downside here, I'm going to be honest. They want San Francisco Bay, of course, but we don't have to necessarily give it to them. Wow. That's a game changer in a lot of ways, actually. They're allied with the Shagatai as well? Yeah, we're going to accept that. So, during the midst of a war of us protecting our ally, with the king having recently died, it's now been 2 generations since we fought anyone in Asia. A boat arrived in the port of Sassari, our capital, the kingdom of Sardinia, bearing the distinctive visage of a Japanese ship carrying an ambassador from the court of the, I believe it was Empress? No, Lady Aya Yusugai, who wishes to enter into formal political and military alliance with the Kingdom of Sardinia, seeing as it's probably one of the few European powers who are not an active threat. Now, keep in mind, we've never fought the Yusugai. We've only fought the Hosokawa, who are enemies. And given that they've lost land in mainland Japan, they're probably looking more desperately for allies to help them win the issue. I'm happy. I think we would be very happy. I think Queen Esada would be happy to support the Yusugai in unifying Japan if we could get a strong ally in Asia. Alrighty. We now have 2 allies, Ruthenia and the Yusugai. I said we need to look for allies outside of Europe, and frankly, it looks like we may get a chance to do so. Alright, we'll bring both of our armies over, and when we've done that, we're going to march north to support Ruthenia. They've done so much for us at this point, it's about time we do the same. We're still making pretty good income, too. That's crazy. I did the 24 stacks like that comp meta said I should. I will be using some competitive strategies for EU4 at this portion, because we really need to hit above our weight class here. I'm going to go ahead and upgrade that palace in Napoli. Remember, the other big thing that happened last session yesterday is that Napoli converted to Hellenism, by the way. So they're worshipping the Greek gods again in Napoli, which is the one province we took from the Papal State in our recent war with them. Let's go ahead and build up the royal palace there and make it our leisure palace for the kings and queens of House Torres. You almost have everything here. We're going to really go hard in this war, too. They're losing ground, but Bavaria's losing manpower, so that's fine. I'm sure they have way too much left. Yes. Lithuania has gifted us 900 ducats. They really do want to reconcile with us, don't they? Yeah, they do. They're fairly strong, I'm not going to lie. And they're allied with Castalla. Fuck it. Given the gift and given their, I think, much safer position now with Castalla, they'd make a good ally for us, so we'll ally them. We're actually getting allies here. My gosh, it's been so long. I almost remember what it was like to have allies. Almost. All right, here we go. Now the hard part. Let's move our armies up to support the main Ruthenian army. We're just going to really back them up and go in when they need us. Optimism. We got an extra leader about upkeep too. Let's go ahead and take that right now. Might as well have some extra generals, even if they're garbage. Cyrus Tapparelli is the one we want using. 6 fire. Very solid. Royal marriage to Lombardy? Absolutely. Tapparelli in charge here. Oh, wait, he's an admiral, wasn't he? Never mind. We can make our husband into a general. Yeah, he's not very competent either. What is our... I bet our land tradition's horrible. Yeah, 28. That is disastrously low. Merchant fractures. A dispute has broken out between several extremely wealthy and influential merchants over Sardinia's trade policy. One group favors mercantilistic approach, calling on the government to ensure that wealth generated by trade within Sardinia goes mainly to the course of Sardinian traders. The other dismisses the protectionist approach as old-fashioned, as in favor of free trade. Let's not get involved. I mean, we still rely very heavily on the burghers for power. Obviously, we'd have opinions on this, but we don't want to piss anyone off, so we'll stay out of this, I think. If we can take these forts, I think we might actually completely lock in the Bavarian army here, if I'm looking at this right. Oh, here we go. Big battle. Oh, I need some reinforcements. Ruthenia? Oh my god, we're getting destroyed. Why did we get destroyed so badly? Because of our morale. Prestige, and then army reform. And tradition. Army reform? Is that one of their ideas? Prussian traditions? Jesus Christ. Do they have the Prussian idea group? I think they have the Prussian ideas, don't they? They do. Oh boy. And we can't retreat. We got fucking stack wiped? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, fuck it. We lost 70,000 men in that battle. Our whole army was just wiped out. My God. Well, that is quite something. My fucking God. Yeah, so the reason Bavaria is so fucking strong and how they've gotten big so quickly, they have base EU4 Prussian ideas somehow. So this is a Bavaria with Prussian ideas. They also have quantity, offensive as well, and economic. So yeah, my God, that is terrifying. They could actually probably take on Castella at this point, like straight up. The Papal States entered the war too. Oh, God damn it. I thought they weren't in the war. Well, at least we get to break the Papal States. That's something. Send the navies. Here we go. Chance to humiliate the Pope. That's something at least we can enjoy. We'll transport ships. So we're going to take Sicily again. We're going to land there. Pope has a very big army, but here we go. Where's their navy at? I just saw it. Probably went into port somewhere. All right, this war just got interesting. Ruthenia is not doing as bad as I expected, though, I'll be honest. I mean, they're losing, of course, but it could be much worse. Oh my god, look at the general they have too. 3633. We're gonna be getting a lot of army tradition. I mean, purely out of toughness here, I'd say. I'm gonna take a loan and I'm gonna build another half stack for us. We'll have another 80,000 men here in around half a year. We'll be able to defeat their army, hopefully North Africa, siege out their holdings here. And then if we win that, we can go into Sicily. This is also very dependent on, of course, Ruthenia surviving here. Ruthenia, I think, has pretty good ideas, though, right? They got the discipline. They want offensive, quantity. Yeah, so they're okay. Bavaria is way better than them in terms of military quality. Right away. State theorist gains power. Alessandro Taparelli will stop at nothing to elevate his position. Not right now. Go ahead and just get rid of him. This is not the time when we need to be dealing with ambitious courtiers, that's for sure. Rabia would like some money. It's a loan, they'll pay interest. Yeah, we can do that. That's worth it. None of these are very great. We'll take the advisor class. We have a Hellenic advisor, by the way. Our administrative advisor worships the Greek gods now. They're actually getting into our government. They're not just being worshipped in trading hubs anymore. Right. Just about ready, I think. Prepare the fleet. I'm just going to get them to automatically patrol the Mediterranean. Oh, no. There's their fleet. Let's see if we can hit that. Come on. Yeah, we got it. Big. The Enlightenment. The last century has seen rationalism and empiricism gaining an ever-increasing popularity amongst the great minds of the age. In letters, publications, or coffee houses, kings, scientists, philosophers, and literators are discussing the merits of tolerance, the scientific method, and the spreading of Enlightenment ideas to all humanity. From universities, our courts of enlightened monarchs expeditions are being sent to measure, catalog, weigh, and map the world so we can better understand the laws that govern the things around us. Others discuss the laws that govern society and try to reach an understanding of the rights of men. In Constantinople, a colossal undertaking has begun. Oh man, it spawned in Constantinople. The assembly of a complete encyclopedia of knowledge. The light of reason has been lit, and many will not rest until it has been brought to all corners of the earth. It spawned in Sardinia. Folks, the Enlightenment just spawned in the Balkans, I kid you not. That's wild. Alright, let's send our troops west and see if we can beat this army. Our generals are bad, our traditions are bad. But we'll see what we can do here. I think RP, as you could say, that Enlightenment started in your country due to recent events. I think it's completely fair what happened in Byzantium too. I mean, they've got an absolute philosopher king on the throne right now. They are super fucking advanced. They've got all the ideas that would merit it. I think it makes sense. I mean, the Enlightenment would be appearing obviously in our country too, like many others, but I mean, there's a lot of places in Europe where it would be developing at present. I don't think we really quite have a monopoly on that. We've had a lot of very wild ideas definitely getting power here, but all right, here we go. This is a big moment. 2-1 odds. We have to beat them here. I'm going to force march them in. Oh no, they're going to actually get away. We will catch them here though. Well, that's the mountains though. I almost marched into a mountain battle. Let's not do that. We'll block their escape, so hopefully they'll have to go down to the sea. Soon playlist? Sure. While I wasn't looking, they tried to run, and I think they might get away. Highlands we could take. Highlands we could win. Alright, let's do this. Are they gonna get away? They must be forced marching too. Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna have to run circles around them here. We'll knock out one of their armies. Oh. Here we go. In the mountains. Ah, fuck. I keep thinking Marrakesh isn't in the mountains. Because Marrakesh isn't in the mountains in real life. It is very flat. The whole area around Marrakesh is very flat. There's like tiny hills, that's it. It's not in the Atlas Mountains. What's up, Cheese? Welcome back. I think we lost a naval battle. Probably our trade fleet. Yep. We're gonna catch them. We caught their fleet here. Big. They're actually gonna engage this, I think. Yeah, they're not running. Not yet, at least. We sunk their flagship, huge! Of all the ships in the Papal Navy, none was more highly regarded than the Principatus. We sunk the head of their fleet. Come on. Yep, huge. We knocked out half their heavy ships there. Reinforced with some more too. I had waiting around. I'm going to follow, who was that? TI comedian. Start sieging at their western fort line here. How's Ruthenia doing? It's the real question. Not well, I'm afraid. I mean, beating those Bavarian ideas are going to be basically nigh on impossible here. We'll do what we can to reduce our peace treaty by screwing over the Papal States. That's all we can really do. Sardinia ideas? They are... not great, not horrible. Advisors, corruption reduction, monarch administrative skill bonus, legitimacy, institution spread, autonomy reduction, tiny bit of morale and recovery, unrest reduction, administrative free policies, and national manpower. Not very good. The only one that I guess would be good would be this one. I'd say probably. They're not fantastic, but it is what it is. The Archipelago Frigate. We can build grand shipyards and up our total ships that we can have now too, which is great. Yeah, he could take stuff in this war, that is true. But if we siege everything out, I don't think he's able to. We gotta get that siege back though. Getting DMs about. Yeah, this is from CK3. This is the grand campaign that we've been playing since 1066. We were very strong for a long time, but we just got destroyed during the colonial age and with the rise of, how the fuck did Bavaria get troops here? Alright, fuck it. I'm just gonna start actively hunt enemy fleets in the Mediterranean. Let's just do that. We'll get these sieges, and then we're gonna go see if we can beat this Bavarian army. We might not be able to, I'm gonna be honest. Their ideas are kind of crazy. We may just not be able to beat this army. I really hope we don't lose territory right now. That'd be pretty bad. Pretty disastrous. Am I going to stream Wednesday? No, I will not be doing Wednesday streams again for a few more weeks. There's some really big videos that I'm working on, and I want to get those done. Europe macro. Yes. The big powers are Britannia, France, Castile is the superpower. Byzantium came back around 100 years ago after the Warring States period in Greece. Bavaria is very dominant, centrally. Hesse used to be the emperor and very strong. They've lost power to a lot of people now. Sweden was very strong. They've lost a lot. And then the Shagatai are slowly just encroaching here. Fat mid-zone, all of this, of course. Where the fuck are you going? Hit that fleet. We should win this no problem. Our fleet quality and our engagement wits bonus. Right. These are not mountains, I hope. They're running. Good. And then our last innovative idea. Free policies. We get also advisor cost reduction. And then I think we get some really good policies off of this, if I remember correctly. Yes. Combat infantry bonus. We're going to take that right now. We're going to need that in this war. And then we get a free administrative policy too. We will take the banking system, giving us trade efficiency and interest reduction. No, Russia never existed in this timeline. There was back in the day Vladimir, which was going to go into Russia. They were actually Tengri in this timeline. They were a successor state from when the Mongol Empire collapsed. They existed for a long time, but they died around, I think, 100 years ago as well. after their wars with Sweden, which they lost. And then the successor states to them would be probably Mordovania, Ruthenia, and then other Ruthenia. There's 2 of them. And Lithuania, of course. Vladimir was very powerful for a long time. They would have made a very strong Russia, but they just collapsed. Sweden was too strong for them. Cultures? Cultures, very briefly, and I want to focus on the war. Dynastically, the interesting things are, too, one of the Medici cadet branches are in charge of Britain. And Obertingi is currently the Emperor of Britannia. So that's an offshoot of the Medici family. The Bavarian royal family is descended from House Mutzo, I think that's called, which is Ragnar Lothbrok and then Sigurd. So the Bavarian royal family is Swedish. And then the Emperor, the Basilius of the Byzantine Empire, which is Orthodox, is one of the descendants of Genghis Khan. So those are the really wild things dynastically, too. All right, this is going to be rough. Yeah, their army is going to meet up. Need more troops here, honestly. Get another 12. I'm going to take another loan for this. Why are we actually getting... because of the sieges, I think. Our production income has gone way down. Yeah, we can't afford more armies. I don't want us to spiral into debt again. We'll take what we've got here. Yep, they're going to hit us. This is really good. 16. We get some good rolls, we might win this. I do have defensive troop styles here. If we're going to end any battle, it'll be this one. The Pope's going to get here, though, with his forces. Oh, this will be close. Come on. Oh, we got it. Big. Huge. Oh, we got it. And we'll be able to, I think, beat the Pope's army here, too. That was huge. Come on, hold. Oh, man, that's big. Wow, that is so big. That is huge. Let's chase down their army. Oh, we can't. We got to take the sieges, don't we? Oh, man, that is so big. Bavaria really grew into power really rapidly, really quickly. I couldn't figure it out until today in this war. They have Prussian ideas somehow. So the reason Bavaria has just exploded into power so quickly is they, in EU4 with a slave translator, somehow got themselves Prussian ideas. So they're very strong. Wow. That was big. There's no way Ruthenia is going to win this, though. They're fully occupied at this point. We will lose this war. We're just trying to reduce the damage we take in the war and hopefully reduce their damage. I hope they don't give up Napoli in the peace deal. I really hope they're not going to screw us. We will not get any colonies in this war, that's for sure. Lombardy has rivaled us, too. Man, the other Italian powers really do hate us, don't they? Here we go. Big naval battle here. That's all the last of their heavy ships. The Papal States are sowing discontent on our country still. All right, the Papal State lost almost all their heavy ships now. They have just been hit so hard here. We did lose some heavies in that battle. It's fair. We'll take the siege and then we'll hit their armies again here. I'm not going to engage without both of them. All right, let's force march it. we can knock out some of these guys here. We'll get more army tradition and hopefully reduce the war score a bit. That's a very good expert. We'll take him. Sfax, a report of a local man, Musad Badra, who has intriguing ideas on a harvest. That's more good production. I think we'll take that. Yeah. It's cheaper, too. He is Christian, so I can actually level him up, too, and I think he still gets that reduced cost. Knock out the last of these armies here. I think we can get stack wipes. No, not quite. Neither did we get it on that one. That is a shame. How much has our tradition gone up? That's what we really need in this war. 40, good. And Ruthenia is almost completely occupied now. They're going to lose a lot to Bavaria. I'm going to say it. Bavaria is a bigger threat than Castalla at this point. Castalla may have way more troops and way more wealth. Oh, money from Istria. But Bavaria has military. I mean, you got to remember, so RP, like in this timeline, given they have Prussian ideals, we'd be dealing with a Bavaria that's very different than how we think of them. This would be like a very powerful mega-Germanic state that would probably be seen more like Prussia in our reality, right? Because, like, think about it. Their royal line is descended from Ragnar Lothbrok. They're descended from Vikings. That's their royal family. Their military, given their ideas and where they've gone with it, would be probably the best in the world right now. So you're dealing with a Germanic superstate ruled by descendants of the greatest Vikings in human history, with a military the likes of which the world just doesn't have any comparison to. They would be a terrifying state to deal with. I think most powers, including us, would probably see them as a bigger threat than even Castalla at this point, including Castalla. Yeah. No, Lord Don, I think there's been maybe once or twice we've ever actually beaten the Castallans on ground. Navally, we basically have never lost, as long as there's a heavy ship involved, but land is very different. Very, very different indeed. We have to upgrade all our fleets, too. Selective breeding. Through the scientific and very aggressive breeding of horses, pigs, cows, and sheep, I can't believe this is happening in the Papal States of all places. Papal farmers have begun to create entirely new types of animals, more specialized for the various tasks that they are to perform. For centuries, various regions have had famous breeds of livestock. With the new methods now being pioneered, it has become evident how easy it is for man to create specific improvements to animals. As a result, the cattle trade is being revitalized and with a drastic increase in the quality of animals sold. I love that that's happening in the Papal States of all places. They have a lot more troops than Lempari, but ideas-wise, Bavaria is just so far ahead, it's kind of crazy. Castalla has Spain ideas. Like, they're not the worst military ideas, but they're not that great either. Would you be threatened by them, though, considering they have no navy? We would be threatened by them, Lord Smoothies, because they're now hostile to Ruthenia, who is our greatest and most beloved ally. Given that they are now a threat to our ally, we'd view them as a threat as well. We would also know if through expansion, if they ever got a hold of, like, a large coastal region and fleets, they would be a power. I mean, we're not stupid. Our high admiralty is very competent, right? They have a tradition of 85, and we've won probably the most naval battles in history at this point, out of anyone. So, they're not stupid. They know what they are. I would think. Alright, the war's over. We did lose land. We lost one province there. 2 provinces, I apologize. That sucks. If this was anyone else than Ruthenia, I'd be livid. But given what they have sacrificed for us, I'm willing to sacrifice a bit for them, I'll be honest. So, Anyone else, I'd be angry. We did lose Napoli too. That sucks, especially because they're Greek. But for Ruthenia, we'll swallow it. Coalition on the pirates in Cuba. They're hugely massive. They're the greatest naval power in the world right now, by the way. They have the most heavies by anyone, and they have the highest quality navy by far. We would just get ripped to shreds by them. They are terrifyingly strong. And no one can siege their capital without fighting their navy. I think if even all the greatest powers in Europe combine their fleets at this point, it still might not be enough to beat Cuba. And given Cuba's got like basically pseudo-communism with their system right now, it's going to be interesting later in the Grand Campaign. How long is the truce? A good question. 14 years. We're ready for a war. We need to get our manpower back, but we're strong. The Prince Consort of the people. It's been quite clear to us that Prince Consort Solomon is a man with a heart of gold. He always does his best to please his wife, Queen Asada I, and treats his friends with unparalleled kindness. During a recent trip to Tunisia province, Prince Consort Solomon saw the suffering of its poorest peasants with his own eyes. Ever since, he has been drafting a plan to help his most destitute subjects. In order to make these ideas into reality, however, he needs funding from the treasury. Sure. Yeah, he's not a bad guy. We'll fund his little project. We did. We lost Napoli. Yeah, that's a big L. We need a bigger army to get allies from the people we want. But we don't have the economies to sustain a larger one, unfortunately. We lost our whole trade fleet in the war, by the way. That is disastrous, economically speaking. Buddy, what is happening? Every ally we make, they end up fucking falling. I swear, dude. It's almost, like, ridiculous. Even to death. Many powers have abandoned us. It would be easy to abandon our own. And for many, we will treat them as nothing more than pawns. But Ruthenia, we cannot forget what they have done for us, nor can we repay it. They're gonna get so partitioned. That's ridiculous. Do they have any allies besides us? They don't. Oh no, Ruthenia, man. I really like them. This is basically Ukraine, by the way, too. So I like them even more due to that reason. Fuck, man. I wish we were strong enough to protect them, but we're not. This is a coalition war. They have expanded very aggressively, I'll say that, but we're gonna join the war. We can't really send troops, right? No. There's no meta reason to do this. We're gonna all in to help them. Fuck it. We're gonna send them our entire treasury. And we're gonna requisition our armies and we're gonna land them. Consequences be damned. At a certain point, we have to draw a line and support our allies. And this is going to be that point for us. Come what may. They have marched for us so many times. We will march for them. This will be rough. We gave them enough money they can build an army, though. Get a fall wolf, EXE. Will Castal attack us? Maybe. They're not hostile anymore, so we'll see. If they can get their armies built up and we can get both our armies there, we have a chance to save them. It is unlikely, it will be rough, but it is possible. The coalition has in total around 300,000 soldiers. At present, we have a little over 100. With the army we gave them, they can rebuild their armies. They do have manpower. They just lack funds. I'm getting one of those grand strategy feelings. We're going all in. If we can save them here, we will have an actual ally who will not fall, but will stand with us through the ages. No. It's over. We're not going to join this war. We're going to stay in the other one, and we're going to use our armies to try and fight off the coalition. If we can only have them lose to Byzantium, they're going to lose a lot of territory, but they will not be destroyed. By staying in one war, we have the chance to reduce the fallout. They're going to be reduced to almost nothing here, but we may be able to help them survive, and that's what we're going to do. We need better generals, too. We really need better generals. Fuck it, I'm gonna roll. He's not bad. We got two alright generals here, actually. They're not amazing, but we can work with them. Seymunder dell'Italia has very good shock, which is what we want in this age. And who is the other one? They're both named Seymunder. He's not horrible. He's not great either. Fuck it. Alright, let's go. We're gonna try and knock out this army from Fair. If we can't win this battle, they've got their buddies here too. We're not crossing anything. We get no negative debuffs. You know what the problem is, though? I have us on defensive infantry types. Let's be smart about this. No need to throw away our army for nothing. I'm going to go to Carolina infantry. We're going to go for Armored Blash Cavalry. Yep. These actually have good offensive pips, and I'm going to be offensive here, so we'll wait for that. We have to cross. If we don't take the cross the river right now. Fuck, here come their allies. One more tick and we're going in. Here we go. This is a very important battle for the whole grand campaign. God, their general's so good. Look at that. No, not a chance. Not a fucking chance. Let's retreat before we get stack wiped. Too much. Too many. We cannot protect the fall of our one ally. We need to escape with our army at this point. The country of the Ruthenians is burning to the grounds. We tried. We spent 2,000 gold. We lost thousands of men for them. And we'll do what we can. But we can't let ourselves come to ruin. Maybe they will survive. All we can do now is hope. We'll send our army all the way over to east of Crimea, and we'll wait there to be picked up by the fleet. I love to say we could do a peninsular war style situation here, but it's just not going to happen. God damn it. Every ally we get who is loyal and who works with us, they inevitably fall every time. Fuck. I really did like Ruthenia too. Despite throwing everything she could into the protection of our long-standing ally, Queen Asada Torres has given the order, and our armies will return home, leaving Ruthenia to their fate. I think they'll walk out of this with maybe 5 to 10 provinces. They're going to get completely partitioned here. We are going to start preparing for the coming wars, though. Sporting, to get land in the Papal States, we'll need to fight off Bavaria and Norway. The one doable route is that we declare on Tuscany, but we'd have to fight France and the Papal States. So we need an ally in the war who could fight off France. And we are not that. Byzantium's the ally we are looking for here. But we're just not strong enough for them to really even consider it. The Takrur are at war with both Britannia and the Hosokawa right now. This would be a very opportune moment to take land from them. Oh, we gotta let our manpower recover, though. That's the problem. It would be, I think, worth taking some provinces on the African coast here. And then I think they have some lands further east, don't they? I thought they did. They have lands in Asia. We're going to go to war. No, it appears they don't. We can't take land from them in the Americas, too, because we'll piss off Byzantium and all the other colonial powers. The Americas are really just off limits right now. Even Mexico is just a fucking superpower at this point. What's up, Eben Nerd? This is a continuation of a CK3 game. Oh my god! Spain actually landed! They got around the Cuban Navy and they landed. That is huge for them. Whoa. I'm tempted to go to war with the Hosokawa right now, I'm going to be honest. We could take the rest of California, but we'd really run the risk of getting a war declared on us by Kostala. What should we just get destroyed by? We can't risk that. That's existential. We get to strip colonize Madagascar. We're trying to get to Asia, right? We can beat Spain's navy. I'm not worried about that. Our heavy ships are just so strong. I'm worried about their land forces, and given that we don't have the strait, they can just cross even with our navy in Gibraltar. We gotta get our economy under control first, don't we? We're getting our prestige back. That's very important. We have 7 loans we need to pay off. Let's work on that first. We're going to pay off our loans, and when that's done, we're going to start doing wars of imperialism. We're going to go into Madagascar as a jumping off point, and then from there, we're going to go into Indonesia. We're just going to leave the Americas alone, and we can't do anything in Europe right now. The growing power of the burghers has growing power. You mean the long-standing power of the burghers has led to individuals from within their ranks seeking fortune in areas traditionally dominated by other groups. We've got this event before, and they're so dominant. I mean, they already have this. The burghers borderline control our country. Yep. So we're going to war Madagascar. We'll take the whole island. And then we're going to probably go into, like, one of these regions. Like Pasai or something. Oh, yeah, they're out with the Hosokawa. That's perfect. God, look at that. It's like a quilt. All the different colors on there. Is there anyone else we can ally? I really just want us to stack the deck. Oh, we're over our count actually by 2. That's part of the issue. Let's get rid of 2 artillery. Then we should make a bit more money here. Oh yeah, that's massive. All right. Are we over the limit on our navy? I think we are. No, we're not. We actually can do 5 more. We need to rebuild the fleet. We also need to upgrade all our ships. We have so much to do. Okay. I hate to do this. We're doing it again. We're going to pay back our loans. We're going to upgrade the navy. We're going to build up a light ship fleet with the dockyard upgrades we're going to pay for. Then we're going to go to war with Madagascar. And from there, assuming nothing crazy happens in between, which it will, we'll go into Asia. Can't lose prestige, so no. Anyway, allies. Let's see. Nope. Just not strong enough. There's Cyrus Chiodo. They might actually get that in the peace deal. We still have that province up in northern Germany somehow. That was so funny in CK3. We inherited 2 really weird places. We inherited the Duchy of Moray, which we sold to Britain way back in the day, hoping to get their favor, which did not succeed. And then we inherited Brema, which we actually still own. Their culture is still Saxon, though. Reduce our inflation, too. And I'm going to mothball the forts. All the risky decisions here. Scoot out one of our military advisors. 2, actually. All you need is a colony or 2 and a strong economy, and you could take on some European nations. I know, Spartan. That's the aggravating, but also, I guess, fun part of this current state of the Grand Campaign is, like, redemption and return are within arm's reach, right? We are not too far away from coming back, but we are so weak that it could all just get destroyed so quickly. Cardinal distrust heathens. Too bad. Like, we have no relationships with the Catholics anymore, so I won't even read that event. Sardinian East Indies, we may well get it, Limpari. We may end up just becoming, like, straight up the Netherlands of this timeline. I mean, it's looking like we're moving that way. Yeah, I played very tall CK3. I explicitly did not want us to go into EU4 powerful. I probably made us too weak, I'm going to be honest, coming into CK3. And then, unfortunately, Castalla was just so strong. We got unlucky. It was a bit of us being very weak in CK3 coming to EU4, but it was also a lot of just the politics and the wars went badly. They just didn't go in our favor. There's no, like, one thing to point to in as to why we're here. I mean, it's a lot of things. Oh, I know. It is the fun part. I fully agree with you. Coming back from this would be, like, I think probably the coolest moment in a Grand Campaign I've ever done. Because I've mentioned this before. I did these for a long time before I streamed them. I've been doing Grand Campaigns for probably like 6 years, I think, in my free time, and then streaming. I've streamed 2 of them so far. I streamed one all the way to Stellaris, the Poland one, which I actually don't have the VODs for, so I can never turn those into videos. Way back in the day, when I had like 3 viewers on Twitch and no YouTube channel. And then I did the one like year and a half ago, as the Norwegians, where I rage quit after I lost to a federation in the Americas. And lost. Well, we weren't losing. We were strong in Europe, but just kind of rage quit. Changing patterns of consumption. Sugar was once a rare luxury that had to be imported from the Maghreb or the Middle East. So yeah, all the trade for spices used to come from either here, it'd come up through the Red Sea, it'd come overland here, and then it'd get dispersed to all the traders in the Mediterranean, or it would go along the caravan routes here, and it would come out of this region. But that's not happening anymore, so it's cheaper. Muslims used to, like, dominate trade going into Europe from the east completely and utterly until, really, the colonial period. That was a very big motivation for why they were trying to find, like, Indian stuff. Yeah, we want to build a bunch of grand shipyards, too. We can really build up our navy from that. You could attack the Pope. They can't get to you, and you overrun North Africa and Sicily. Yes, but we'd also have to fight Bavaria, which, again, is the super Prussia of this timeline. And then we'd also have to fight Norway, which, including their vassal, has 250,000 soldiers. So, not very viable. The route I'm looking at to fight the Papal States, if we do that at some point, is we're going to attack Tuscany, and then we'd only fight the Papal States in France. But even that, we need allies that we just currently do not have. One day. The day is not today. Oh, I know. Pope Mamalus III. He even has a heathen's name. He's a well-known embezzler. We'll have our revenge one day. I'm just trying not to look at Rutheni. It's too painful. It'll be over soon. A local man in Cagliari, E.R. di Lucerna, has taken up quite a name for himself due to his ways of thinking. He'd be a useful advisor. Idea cost reduction is not useful to us, so no. Were you happy with the way the game converted to EU4? Yeah. And I did it in CK3, not CK2. I used the CK3 to EU4 converter. I was very happy with it. It came out pretty fun, pretty interesting, very clean. I split up a few big countries to stop super states. A lot of them have reformed and stuff, but I did split up some countries just so the game would be a little bit more interesting. And then I did those fun edits too, including that Norse country in Newfoundland, which died to, ironically, Norway. Norway literally reconquered their ancestors who had formed a kingdom in Vinland and converted them to Christianity, which is a tragedy. Yeah. Which country would you say is our #1 enemy RP-wise? Castalla, easily. Purely due to like the dynastic rivalry, right? I mean, they're a cadet branch of our family, so there's a lot of dynastic hatred there, I would think. Bons and tontines. I'm going to read this. We've got a minute. Some of these are interesting. Paying for the upkeep of the army, the navy, and administration itself accounts for the majority of the expenses of any state. True. As these are expenses that can run away quickly. However, taxes and tolls can be frustrating and inflexible ways to raise the money needed. While national debt is far from unheard of, we need to come up with better plans for raising money. Bonds, tontines, and other similar plans can be used both domestically and abroad to finance unforeseen expenses. Which also will give us the counting house building, which is very good. We're going to build a bunch of those in a minute when we're out of debt. Loan? What are we down to? 4 more. All that money we just threw away in some way, but I don't regret our decision. Even if I knew Byzantium was going to declare on Ruthenia, we'd give it to them again. Fucking nobles. I don't want them on... yeah, we don't want to piss them off even more. We'll give them a loan. Yeah, no, the counting houses will be huge for the economy. Let's just, like, look at what that will do. Yeah, that'll be nice. For trade, too, especially when we get a trade fleet built up again, and we actually have power in the Genoa trade node. Losing Napoli was very bad for us, though, for trade. That is semi-disastrous. Damn, the ups and downs of EU4 are just ridiculous. Yeah, so the buildings we're going to build up completely when we're done paying off our debt and building up the trade fleet and then upgrading our navy. We'll do the navy last. Is we're going to build grand dockyards and then we're going to build counting houses. So our economy will be way bigger and we can sustain a much larger navy too. So, and then we'll go to Madagascar and then to Asia. That we want to always keep high. We're just continuously cycling our ambassadors and diplomats from all the great courts in Europe, constantly trying to keep all these great powers disinterested in us. The less they care about that old empire or old kingdom of Sardinia, the better. Wish the mod for those buildings weren't bugged. A rising star. Throughout his career, Comita Lasaris has left a strong impression on everyone he has met or worked with. From his time as a promising student to his rise to positions of increasing responsibility, he has consistently done well and found new solutions to whatever problems he faced. It is clear, however, that for someone of his background, both as a commoner and as a worshipper of the Hellenic faith, that's the Greek gods, which we have gotten through events, He has now reached about as high as he can come. It would require quite a few raised eyebrows to have a man, no matter how talented, assume high offices of state with such a background. Yeah, he is very solid. But we're tolerant, and I don't think we need to stand with tradition. We'll give him a job. Amita Lasaris, an incredibly skilled administrator. It's probably from Tunis or Borea. I think those are our two Hellenic states. Yep. And Napoli, but we lost it, of course. I bet it's getting converted by the Pope. Oh, god damn it. They converted Napoli. One day, we'll convert Rome to whatever faith. I mean, we are still technically Christians, I suppose. In my eyes, I think just the royal family of Sardinia is just kind of very irreligious. They'd still technically be practicing Catholics, but very tolerant. It's not a big deal for them. Well-connected. Wow, we have a really good queen, don't we? Strict and well-connected. Wow. Yeah, we could have very good advisors then, can't we? Let's go ahead and do that. We have very good advisors now. Huge. We need those trade ships so badly. I'm almost tempted to take loans for them, but I don't think it's quite worth that. No, it would compensate for the interest at this point, wouldn't it? Yeah, but we need to build the grand shipyards anyway. Then again, I'm just not going to pay off the rest of our loans, so we're going to start building buildings instead. We're going to build grand shipyards, and then we're going to build up our trade fleet, then we're going to build the counting houses, then we'll pay off the last of our debt, and then we'll upgrade the navy. I think that's the most reasonable order to do things here. Is it worth taking loans to do that, though? Honestly, yeah. Well, those are being built. We can build up our force limit so it'll compensate for it while we grow. The interest is minor enough, it's not a big deal. Wow. Folks, we only have 130 years left of EU4. We're actually getting close to Victoria 3, aren't we? I'm excited for the Vicky 3 portion of the Grand Campaign. With the cultures, with the countries, with the religion state we have for the whole world, it's going to be so interesting, I think. That's when things are going to get wild for us politically. That's where we may lose the monarchy. It'll be Vicky 3. And I won't hold on to it either. If we get the reforms, we get the revolts, and we lose the monarchy, I will not protect it. If House Torres dies in Vicky 3 or Hoi 4, it is what it is. I'd love to see them go to Stellaris, but we won't force it. Alright, we're really far ahead on tech. No, we need to actually embrace the Enlightenment first. How much is that actually compensating for the cost? No, we are actually legitimately just ahead of time. So we're going to develop our provinces for the military to get some more manpower, I think is what we'll do here. They're going to follow Eben is nerd. Eben is a nerd. There we go. Eben is a nerd. Beautiful. Vicky's going to be very interesting. I agree. Yeah, my gosh. Because we hyper-industrialized early, too. I actually haven't even looked at how the save converter from EU4 to VIC-3 works, but if it takes development and buildings into account when giving us our starting buildings, we may be one of the wealthier countries in VIC-3, because like despite our size, we are hyper industrialized, we are hyper far ahead. Eben. All right, perfect. Perfect. All right, developments. We actually still own those provinces in Venezuela? That is quite surprising, I'll be honest. A nice little boost there. We'll import steel from Castalla. I'm going to do this for RP reasons. So this event, I'm just going to ignore the bonuses. If we make Castalla more trade reliant on us, which is what this event would really be doing in reality, right? It makes sense that our queen and that the Burghers would be wanting to facilitate more trade with Castalla. Because as we know, more trade means less war, less of a financial incentive for them to attack us. So we don't have to ally Castalla, and we won't, but we can certainly trade with them and reduce the chances of getting annexed and invaded. I've noticed during converted games that start with CK3, the world population is always so low once you get to Vic and Hoi. You know, I wonder about that too, IMC. I've noticed that as well. Like Ebenezer. Eben. Like Eben? Do I have that right? Ebenezer. Eben. Yeah, but you know what's interesting is the development of this world is so much further ahead. Like, do you remember when he converted to EU4? Like, the world was so developed in comparison because, like, when I save translated from CK3 to EU4, I did what I've never done before, and I put on the option to not give historical development in EU4. I based it on development in CK3. So the world is much more populated, much more advanced. You gotta, like, the way I'm looking at this, and just to understate this for y'all, is that this world is actually kind of almost further ahead than in our own timeline. Like, industrialization has appeared more early on. There's a much larger population than in our own history in this time period, primarily due to Asia becoming so powerful and all these centralized states outside of Europe and the early colonialism that we had, as well as the fact the economies and states have centralized so much earlier on. So this is obviously a very different world. I mean, looking at it and trying to apply an actual historical view of 1708 to this current world, it just doesn't work. It's just radically different, which is what happens when you usually come from CK3. I've never seen it this dramatically different, but I've also never done that before with the development stuff, so. We'll go for protected forts. We could certainly use more defensiveness. That is for certain. We actually have light ships that I'm just not using. No, we're building those. That's what it is. Put them in Genoa. Let's build up more of those shipyards. I'm going to follow Arthi Lefort. You would be playing and manipulating them. For who, Spartan? Castalla is preparing to attack the Hosokawa Cascadia. This is a perfect time to fight Hosokawa, but we're just not ready for it. Bithynia lost a lot of land already, and Byzantium hasn't pieced them out. They have no soldiers left. Given our like both familiar dynastic and historical ties with them, I think even if they disappear, we're going to do our best to bring them back. If we ever get powerful, the dynasty of House Torres will promise, not to the public, in no great speech, but to themselves, the queen to advisors, that come what may, we will do our best to keep them alive and bring them back. We will not destroy our nation for them. So long as House Torres rules Sardinia, one day we will bring back their dynasty and bring back their nation. Getting Albania is a very bad idea. Lombardy is allied to France and Britain and Lombardy, and if we took it, Byzantium would hate us. And we are trying to get them as an ally. Unfortunately. I'm not going to do a coalition war with Castalla again. There's no way we would do that, given our history with them. It's been a long time since we fought these big wars, and I don't think Queen Asada would be in any rush to make that happen. We just don't do anything the clergy wants anymore. I was just saying that given the history between your two nations, you would use any opportunity to gain a one-up on them on Castalla. True, but our history is also full of us reaching most of our current state of ruin due to them. So it's, I think, for our royal family, for many of the noble families, for even some of the burghers, the way I would see it, and I think the way it would be, is it's like a deep-seated rivalry and hatred, but a lot of fear. More fear than hatred. So if we can outmaneuver them, we will, but it's very rare we get the opportunity to do so. All right, Ruthenia has survived. Rebels in Corsica, we'll deal with them in just a moment. The nobility are going to be revolting due to having their rights taken away, which we have been doing, to be fair. So they're going to revolt in Corsica. We'll deal with them in a minute. But yeah, Ruthenia is alive. They have survived. They're still not super weak. We'll help them if we can. They need to get more allies, though. There's only so much we alone can do for them. And frankly, it's not that much. Alrighty. Bring the army back to the capital in Sassari, which is unprotected from those nobles. And then we are going to go ahead and deal with these upstarts and execute the ringleaders, of course. Doesn't matter what rights that they used to have. We're a modern centralized state. Revolts are unacceptable. They would jump on a guaranteed win, but they're very hesitant to fight with an overwhelming force. Exactly. Yeah. 1066 in CK3. We started as the Counts of Lagudoro up here. So we own this like tiny little bit of Sassari in the beginning. Took us a long time to grow because I really didn't want to rush things. Men for embroidery. Embroidery from Tunis is fetching a very good price in foreign as well as domestic markets lately. Yeah, we had an economic boom here. Wonderful. That's for our whole country, too. Beautiful. All right, we'll wait for our morale to come back, and then we're going to go ahead and hit them. Our shipyard's being built, too. All these guys just continuing to work on the dockyards while the nobles are just sieged out the whole city. You got to make your living. Doesn't matter how many rebel armies are marching through your workplace. All right, we can go now. We'll win this. Ruthenia wants to hire condottieri. Are they at war again? Lithuania declared on them. We're not allied with them anymore either. We could send condottieri, but we're just not going to win that war. They're going to lose this too. They're getting devoured wholesale right now. This is literally the partition of Ruthenia. First the Northerners, then the Byzantines, and now the Lithuanians. So we're going to have some very big centralized Eastern European states here in a minute. Which, to be fair, is probably a good thing for one reason. The Shagatai are continuing to come west, and my god, they are strong. There do need to be some very powerful Eastern countries. I was hoping it would be Ruthenia, but it may not. More shipyards. All right. Rolling. Are we looking on allies? I'm going to go ahead and automate our 2 diplomats as well. I'll do 1 on threatening and then 1 on neighboring. We will be over our naval limit, but that's fine. Welcome back, Tall. When did you leave? The big thing was the fall of Ruthenia, but I mean, I think you were here for part of that. These trade ships are really putting in work, and here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the age of resolutions. The age of revolutions. The questioning of rights, authority, and the world itself during the Enlightenment has led to the rejection of the ancient regime. As absolutism gives way to revolution, kingdoms may have to take place by republics. Here we go. We have great leader. What is that? Triggered modifier? It is. I have a 3-star general or admiral, I see. Okay. We have multiple universities, all power cost reduction. That's cool. We're almost multicultural. We need 1 more promoted culture, which I'm not going to do because our current ones are not that big. Not enough colonies. Yeah. Oh, we get manpower and we get sailors. Have colony too. Wonderful. Technically, we still have California. It is legally a colony on paper. The Emperor, have a colonial empire, multicultural nation, high discipline, control New World trade goods, and control multiple trade markets. We might get some of these if we really come back, but either way, we have some at least. Sounds good, cheese. Have fun. All right, we're getting there. We gotta start moving soon, though. Agenda of the Diet. We can improve relations with Finland. All right. I'm gonna let us hold on to the rest. We're gonna do the counting houses that we really need to. Everything over 1 I'm gonna take right now. And then we're gonna upgrade the fleet and then we're gonna go to war. We'll do these later, the rest of them. But we need to start building colonial empire, folks. It's 1710. If we don't get in the game now, there will not be another opportunity. Or at least, in order to get one, we're gonna have to fight some very, very harsh wars. Local nobles in Bizerta are not satisfied with their granted privileges. Where's Bizerta at? Tough. I say we seize Sicilia and all the people in North African territory. Optimally, yes, Bob Noida, that would be definitely the plan. The issue is they're allied with so many huge powers. We can't take on Bavaria. Even with like France or Byzantium on our side, we'd probably lose to Bavaria. They've got Prussian ideas in this mega campaign, so like in terms of like the geopolitics of this game, I want you to see Prussia here, not Bavaria, because that's what this is. That's not regular old Bavaria. That's super military, semi-Prussia-like Bavaria. So we're going to have to maneuver around the Papal States, which we can't do quite yet. Oh! In France, they tell us of the birthplace of the revolution. A philosopher from a place I can't say, Huron de Bethune, has published several treatises criticizing inequalities in France and calling for a new social contract. Disputing the divine right of monarchs to rule as they see fit, he proclaims that sovereignty lies with the people and that ultimate power over the laws and policies of the land must lie with them. His thesis is highly popular among the middle-class entrepreneurs and literati, who have taken to spreading his ideas via pamphlets that call for popular mobilization against absolute power. Already they are winning supporters across Europe as the first sparks of revolution are born. Of course it's in France. Where else? The Empress there is going to be in for a bit of a hard time, I think. We have a bunch of Diplo power, so we can develop a bunch more too. We really need to focus on that. Most power, valuable goods we currently have. Probably saffron, I'd say. Yep, saffron. Olives are fairly valuable too. Gunpowder, really? That's quite valuable and it's very cheap, so let's work on that. Dates are not super valuable. Olives are. Are we ahead in anything else? Because we could develop some of these provinces a little bit. We'll hold off there. As soon as we embrace the Enlightenment, we'll be able to get a lot of these. So we'll call it there for development. Let's do a little bit. One more tick and we're going. Putting down another revolt from upstart nobles. Oh, and here's the big one. All right, folks, I'm going to put up a poll for this one. This is probably, I think, one of the most important reforms in EU4, if I remember right. Separation of power. Political absolutism. The best of the state is best served for the realization of the plans that will, and the will of its monarch. A true and enlightened monarch can then utilize its full capacity to undertake many changes needed to ensure prosperity. Don't look at the bonuses, just look at the concepts. By separating the legislative body into more than one house, we can better balance the need for change with the one to conserve and preserve the traditions of old. Or, the right to petition. The monarchy is as stable as the people allow it to be. It is no secret that the masses yearn for representation in the apparatus of the state. By bringing the matters and worries of the population to the monarch, we can ensure to satisfy the monarch's subjects. So, this would make sense given that we know revolutions are starting to happen, radicalism is growing in Europe, but it would be more conciliatory, and given our monarch, our queen, is strict, that's a little questionable, but it's doable. Legislative houses are kind of the middle ground. We give some, policy-making ability to common people, but most of it would still be with a monarchy. Or we can take just absolute power and stay with that. Keep in mind, obviously the pressure from the burghers, the other groups in our government would be at play here, but given we are an absolutist monarch, it would be the queen making this decision, given she is strict and well-connected and fairly capable. Keep all those things in mind. I will put up the poll and y'all get to decide. It's the last one. Is right to petition. Alrighty, poll is up. You guys get to decide. What's up, Curse? How are you doing? We are in, as always, a very hectic place in the Grand Campaign. I hope you are doing well. How's your Sunday treating you? You know what I've noticed? We actually have not got a lot of revolts this whole game. That would be why. Docile populace, restraint of appeals, concert of the people, stability, cauda di logu, and legitimacy. Jesus Christ, look at that. We're very stable, aren't we? I always, I noticed that in the back of my mind, but... I mean, for an EU4 game, this is, I think, probably the least rebels I've ever had. I mean, one of it's our ideas, right? Yeah. Cut it to logo. Marcel Pallavicini. Marcel Pallavicini must certainly be the most foremost Landsknecht of our time. He has revolutionized our military warfare. May he be remembered for centuries. Oh my god, look at that prestige game. Whoa, I have that 50 prestige. Did we have like Karl von Clausewitz in our military or something? Sardinian Karl von Clausewitz? Legislative houses. All right, we're going to take the middle route then. So, given the recent changes in Europe, given that new treatise that came out in France that is making its way across Europe, and given, obviously, movements, including 2 revolts on our own country in recent times, Queen Asada Torres, in a speech in the palace before many burghers, as well as some common people, opened up reform for the first time since the overthrow of the status by her father, Abruzzo Torres. We will open up 2 legislative houses. Obviously, veto power will still remain with the Queen, but legislative capacity will be given over to probably what would be, you know, similar to like maybe like the, what's it called? What was that, the parliamentary system that Germany had prior to World War I? Where they had, like, you know, basically landed voting. Something like that. So, we'll take that route. It'll give us a free policy as well. Is that all the reforms? I think it might be. Wow. We can enact free policies everywhere. Actually, that's really strong, isn't it? Whoa. It was prior to the Reichstag, there was another institution in Germany after, like, the reforms that came... Oh, man, I'm trying to remember. Before the 1840s, like, the thing that existed prior to that. Which was basically like less a legislative body and more like a group of people semi-picked by the Kaiser. Or not the Kaiser, the king at the time. Forget the name. All right, we'll take armed neutrality, giving us merchants and trade steering then. And we'll also take... For now, we'll take superior fortifications. One day we may end up taking Nautical Education Act. That'll really decrease our fort maintenance costs, which are huge, especially given I still do want to upgrade to max level forts. We have no more to take. Let's educate our heir too, Lissandro. We're going to give him a diplomatic education in trade. Lunchstadt. There's another name for it, I think. I might be wrong. I'll just take a brief look and see if I can find it. I can't find it. I don't want to look too hard. There was a predecessor to the Landtag, I think. It was like, to even call it a parliamentary system would be generous, but it was in a similar vein. I did my research a while back and forget the name. All right. What do we need at this point? Let's build the last of the counting houses. Upgrade the navy. And then we're going to sail for Madagascar. And our trade income is really not that high, is it? Losing Napoli was so disastrous for us in terms of trade. Money makes the world run, and our focus on profits has given Lissandro insight into how trade functions. How much would an upgrading of the fleet cost? Ooh, 2,200. We need to do it, though. This is literally the wall of Sardinia. Total cost for upgrading the navy is looking to be around 2,500 ducats. We're already 2 hours into the grand campaign. It's 8 p.m. Jesus. Oh, all right. We are pretty over our naval cap, I think, here now. Not as bad as I thought. We'll only go 20 over. Bundestag was the Lorstag house. Because there was later on there were multiple, I'm going to get this all wrong. I'm not German. My German history isn't fantastic. But there was the Bundestag is the modern iteration. It was preceded by the Landtag. I know that. 99% sure. But I thought there was something before that. That might have been it, Curse. Sandra is doing very well. Wonderful. He's actually taking to trade. I think this is the first of our educations in EU4 that have actually gone well so far. Oh, no, it's stationed in Sassari. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they just have all these trade hubs. Go ahead and embrace the Enlightenment next too. We'll save up for that. And we can get back up to date on tech. Have a good day in Russia. Yeah, you may come back to everything in flames as Castella occupies Sardinia, but hopefully not. We'll have good relations with them. We're not very religiously charged, so. We go up to speed 4 again for a little while here. Try not to make a habit out of it, but for this portion, we're just kind of waiting. Ruthenia wants money. They're still alive. Sure. We still have dynastic ties to them. Man, they've lost so much. We lost our really good admiral. And we got an even better one. Barcel de Tutavila. A 4-5-4-2. Not bad. Perfect timing, too, since we're about to upgrade our whole navy. Enlightenment. Our heir, Lissandro, is a naive enthusiast. That is unfortunate. He's not incompetent by any means, but... yeah, I'll upgrade the fleet when we get 3-decker, actually. No need to do upgrading twice. It was the Bundestag. It was before the German Confederacy. Physiocrats. A new flavor of economics known as physiocracy is becoming popular among the nobles. Physiocrats hold that the basis of wealth is agricultural production by which all civilizations are made. The most important members of society, therefore, are the landed gentry, oh boy, who own the fields and lease the land. The physiocrats reject the dominant economies of mercantilism in favor of an agrarian laissez-faire approach. Merchants, of course, do not generate wealth, but merely transport extraneous produce from place to place. While many find the depth of their economics impressive, others are more swayed by the tangible benefits of protectionism. We're very protectionist. So we'll hold on to mercantilism. The disciplined advisor, let's go hunt for him. The papacy is still sowing discontent in our country. They took espionage, right? No, they didn't. Divine ideas. Hell are divine ideas. Does the Pope get a unique idea group? Maybe it's one of the mods I have on. That's weird. Or maybe it's just called, like, it's renamed religious for them. Ah, I see. They Lord Smithies. Makes sense. Just aristocracy. Can we sow dissent in their country? Yeah, we can. I thought it was locked behind espionage, but it's not. Truly combat ability isn't bad. We'll go for Umar Selmi. Is it new? Completely new? Pretty neat. All right, 2 more to go. Then we upgrade the Navy. And then we sail. Thank you for the link. Divine. Servants of God. Development cost reduction. Devotion. Fire damage receive reduction. Leader cost reduction. Morale damage receive reduction. Oh, man. That's interesting. National unrest reduction. Prestige. Doesn't seem super strong, to be honest. The damage reduction received is solid, but... huh. They added others, too. Indigenous idea group. Horde government. And plutocratic. That's cool. That was with 1.342. Corruption. Rival the Hosokawa. 6 months. That was before domination, right? I think it was the update before that. After seeing Lysander's disinterest in his education, it was a little surprised when he requested the opportunity to change his education. We are a very strict queen. I'm sure we'd be a very strict mother. So no. Alrighty. 3-deckers, I think, are going to be even more expensive. We'll wait for that. It'll follow Zelnerd. That's the last iteration of Heavy Ship, too. Yeah, we're actually close to kind of the end. We really got to move here. As well. We have full manpower again, at least. Oh, he's studying hard now. Good. You know, sometimes a firm hand is what's needed with a child. Appears to have worked. Last of the trade ships are done. It actually be just worth pushing more of this trade value from Tunis instead. Oxted on admin power. I'm gonna take that. I'll take the 3-deckers now. We'll just take all our techs. Could wait a bit longer, but it's fine. And then let's see the cost of the upgrades. Same cost, 2,347. And then, do we need to upgrade the trade fleet too? Nope. All the old ships were sunk in our recent wars, so no need to upgrade them. They're sitting at the bottom of the Mediterranean. I want to get them some escorts too. Probably build us some more heavy ships here because I think we can afford it. We're going to build 7 more heavy ships and we'll split them into 2 25 stacks again. Influential preacher. And we're going to send him away. We don't want him here. Our national bank is doing very poorly. It's finding it hard to lend to reliable people and running into difficulties. Oh my god. We'll bail him out. Fuck. We were so close. All right. We got to keep the bank propped up. I mean, RP-wise, we built that bank with an event we got technically in CK3 like 700, almost 700 years ago. So many land donations are quite old, and while they are always written down, both landscape and names may well have changed since a donation was originally written. Recently, the clergy have been accusing several members of the nobility of outright land theft and focusing on encroaching lands donated to the clergy long ago. We're going to just stay out of it. It's their business. We don't like either of those groups very much, so. What's the best Paradox game? CK3 or Stellars? Tough to say. They're all very different, but either one. Clergy condemns a philosopher as a heretic. Thankfully, we like heretics, so we'll go ahead and support him. He's doing well in his education. That's surprising. All right, I really don't like to do this. I'm gonna go speed 5 because I want to get this fleet upgraded, and then we can get back to working on things. Because right now we're just sitting here waiting. Really, I'll try to make this the only time I do it in EU4, or until someone declares war on us or something like that. $58,000 troops. Their tech is up to ours as well. We'll need to land with actually probably the full count. I didn't think about that. Tudor fights with air. Let's try and get a compromise. We need more transport ships. Actually, how will we do this? Yeah, we're gonna have to land with everything. Oh, they're allied to each other too. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have to land and fight 100,000 troops. No, wait, we can land here and occupy it, which is useful, but that'll be rough. Oh, they'll be very pissed, Evan. We'll let him be. At a certain point, we have to stop just languishing. How do we land with 100,000 troops we have to fight? Who have the same tech levels we do? Is that even possible? Castalla, we're fine in Asia. Byzantium, we're fine. France, we're fine. Britain, we're fine. If I take a province here, can I court or turn it into a trade company in Indonesia since we're so far away? Is that possible? Theoretically? Can. And we just need to find a target that we can actually beat. It might have been. I'm not too sure. I'm not very good at EU4. Remember, folks, Bona has declared themselves the new emperors, by the way. They're technically the new empire of China. They are next colony of the Ming, given the Ming have died. So we're going to be next to the empire of China. Use the guy we do want to look at because I want to keep them as an ally. They probably want everything, though. No, a lot. We'll try and stay out of their hair. There's allied to everyone. That's the trouble here. There's some very big powers in the region too. Oh, I think we have someone. God damn it, they're a tributary of the Yusa guy. There we go. We can land there. We need a port in the Pacific. Vita Levu. Never heard of it in our life, but one of our admirals has drawn us up a nice little map. That's doable. Yep. That is doable. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a colonial target who will not stack wipe us as soon as we land, hopefully. It's ready to upgrade the fleet. We've got a lot of time in EU4, 4.2 thousand hours, but that includes just whiting and MP lobbies, true. Eternal Lobby Simulator is fun. And it is eternal. It will never stop. Cyrus Chiodo, our military advisor, has stressed the importance of a more organized fleet. We're seeing eye to eye. I guess he's the one leading this this refitting movement. He has managed to convince Queen Seta I to commence an extensive restructuring. Battleships, galley, and other crafts will be built to strengthen the fleet. Prestige or stability? Let's take the prestige again. Oh, look at that. Big. Big. I mean, that fits. We're literally doing a fleet restructuring, so that's what this is. That makes sense. There it is. Are the Mongolian nations fighting? They are. The heirs of Genghis Khan who rule in Karakoram are under attack from Chagatai, the world's pinnacle land power, I'd say. Yeah, they are finally fighting. What, like the northern ones are Orthodox and the Chagatai are Sunni. So, wow, yeah, they are fighting. Let's just stay out of their way. That'll be wild in Vicky 3. Sunni China. The rebels they're gonna get. Oh, yes. Yeah, the Ming died around 100 years ago. They've just been slowly digested since then. Alrighty. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. All right. The restructuring is complete. The army is ready. The fleet is being prepared. Military access. Yeah, we don't want to piss them off. Are we planning to break up the Chagatai in Vic 3? I don't know if it's even doable. There's a lot of questions that won't be answerable until we know how we are going to be actually in Vicky 3. All right. Let's get our diplomats back, and then let's go to war. And our first colonial war in probably close to 100 years. I'd say around 70 years of restructuring. Queen Asada Torres will be leading the way in the rebirth of colonialism. Revolts may take them out, but it also might not. We'll see. The AI are actually not horrible in Vic 3 about sustaining themselves if they have a big army. Castella just made their own version of California. They're going to want that land. Fuck, we might need to sell it to them. Alrighty. I just realized that 6 of those are... Here we go. A war of an island in the Pacific you've never heard of, nor have we. But it's of vital interest to the strategic value of the Kingdom of Sardinia and will give us support in the Pacific. Our final shot at empire. Our final shot at redemption. This is it, folks. Yes, everything's on fire. We're all dead. I'm going to put the maneuver one on him because we want to reduce our attrition. Oh, they didn't fully repair, did they? God damn it. Wait a minute here. We do not want to lose all these 3-deckers in the middle of the Pacific. Regulation of the medical profession. Local authorities in Bona have made joint cause with the province's intelligentsia Vic 3, to expand the number of doctors and midwives in the region. They've begun to pay greater attention to regulating and supervising the training of medical professionals at universities, hoping that this will reduce influence of superstition in the practice of medicine. Absolutely. No downside there. Here we go. 39,000 brave Sardinians sailing off into the Pacific. We need to take that port. It's a very developed island, isn't it? My God. These are super developed islands in the Pacific. Do you save edit it so Castella forms Spain since they need the Balearic Islands to form Spain? No, I don't want to form Spain. This isn't Spain. It's Castella. They're very different. Like, if you're looking and seeing Spain, like, you don't understand who they are. This is not Spain culturally. It's not Spain religiously. It's not Spain in any way at all. This is very distinct. It's Castella, not Spain. They share very, very few, besides geographical similarities, and I guess some linguistic similarities to Spain. Here we come. It's a lot of men. Are these fucking star forts? They have star forts on all 3 islands. Holy shit. Are you fucking kidding me? There's only 11,000 men left, too. Fuck, we need fleet basing rights and access somewhere. What about the Yusa guy? They have ports around here. Yeah, here we go. Wait. Yeah, there we go. That was almost disastrous. Our alliance with the Yusa guy is coming in very clutch here, I'd say. Give access before we go there first, though. Yeah, no, in this timeline, like, the Pacific is, and Asia in general is just very advanced. I'm fine with it. It's really interesting. There's no giant tech advantage for Asia. I mean, sorry, for Europe. We lost a lot of men on the crossing, I'm going to be honest. A lot of men. A ridiculous amount of men, actually. We're having trouble getting a diplomat over to Japan, it seems. New Caledonia. There we go. We can reinforce the army. Magically, they're going to teleport. It's fine. Let's find a different advisor. Is that because it distributed the dev average to all the other inhabited places not in CK? I believe so, yes. Free thinker. That works for me. Very cheap level 3 advisor. Gaetano di Tutavilla. He is also Hellenic. All of our administrators are like Hellenic lately. That's interesting. All right, so we have to land on a star fort, meaning we need our whole army for this, really. Cyrus Boncampagna Ledovici, an inventor and entrepreneur from Cagliari, has come up with a new type of coke-fired blast furnace with the production of cast iron. By making use of coal instead of charcoal, the production of iron has been increased greatly, allowing us to supply the market with larger quantities of cheap iron. Wonderful. It's going to take a while, isn't it? Yep. Yes, we need a port in Asia so badly. A ton of admin power. Let's go ahead and increase our stability to max. Yep. Oh no. The queen died. In the middle of her war too. Tragedy. And so sorry. Queen Asida? Asida? I think that's how you say her name. She has died. She has also overseen the administration and the stabilization of what remains of the kingdom, and it will now pass to her son, Lysandro III, a naive enthusiast. Yeah, probably alcohol poisoning. Yeah, so he won't be able to finish his education. That's a shame. Education pays off. Now Lysandro has taken the first steps to be king. It's finally time to tell what his education has given him. He, good trade education, trade efficiency, global trade power, merchant trade power, and he got 1 Diplo too. Nice. So he's a 553. Hell yeah. Yeah, he's a very competent leader. Not the greatest military mind, but overall very competent. Just a little bit brash. All right, let's go. The naval invasion of Vitu-Levu. We're going to be attacking a fucking star fortress on this island. Their navy ran. Good. Here we go. They're not going to contend our landing. Oh, I know. It's ridiculous. I bet they have, yeah, they have coastal defenses. How long will it take to land? Take us, almost there. We are going to land safely, though. We'll take the siege here, and then we'll take the island, because we need a port of our own. Oh my god, look at that. Good thing we brought all this artillery, my god. Asia is incredibly valuable. We would know that now that we've landed here and seen all the wealth, even on these minor islands. The lands of Asia are incredibly valuable, and that is where we could potentially gain a lot of economic value if we do this right. We have the military power. I'm going to fire on the fortress. Artillery barrage. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. I'm back. Even with the bombardment, this siege is going to take a while. Can't believe like every island in the Pacific has fortresses like this. Line tradition scorned. Lately, our focus has been primarily naval-oriented. Perhaps we should overlook the possibility of a strong army and invest more time in army research. No, we have to balance them at this point. We can't just keep focusing on the Navy. What your EU4 run after you support Austria in the Empire Religion War on Castile. Aragon. Oh, the Religious War. Was that the Protestant Catholic one? Yeah, it's going to be ridiculous to take line in EU4 if it's all like this. I mean, we can do it. It's just going to be brutal. But I think our real big plan here, honestly, is once we have a naval base in the Pacific or two, we're going to probably look to start a war with the Hosokawa. Our allies in the Yusugai can get their land back in Japan. We can make a strong Japan to be allied with. And for us, we can take their colonies in Asia. So we'll eat the Hosokawa's colonies, and the Yusugai will win their civil war that has been ongoing for, I want to say, a little over 200 years at this point. Not civil war. The last of the two shogunates fighting, really, is what it is. Oh yeah, religious war. That's always one of the high points of EU4. You didn't win it, though. Military power maxed again. Let's go ahead and develop more. No, not the biggest impact, but no, actually that was. We're at 125,000 manpower. Lotharingia is at war with Hesse. We'll join it, but we're not going to go out of our way to help them. The main fleet is back in Europe, though, so we're fine. Support on the Catholic side, they came all the way to Portugal. Wow. I mean, it's the religious war. There were a lot of very strong convictions during that. One of the most famous and respected Masons has approached Lysander III this morning, stating his concern about the state of the monument in Kairouan. My dear king, it breaks my heart to see such a beautiful structure carelessly abandoned, let alone to face the dangers of time and weather. I beg of you, allow me to restore it. Do we actually have a great project? I didn't think that we did in Kairouan. We do. The holy city of Kairouan. It doesn't do anything for us, though, because it's for Sunnis. Or Muslims, I should say, generally. But we are a very tolerant, I'd say even multicultural country at this point, so we'll at least repair it. We'd do that. We do also have 8 Ben Hadou as another great project. I didn't realize that. We upgrade it. We actually get trade efficiency? How did I not know that? Oh my gosh, we need to work on upgrading that. That is insane. I completely did not realize that. I'm still just not used to even thinking about great projects. Well, when I played all my time in EU4 before they were really even added. It's just not something I even think about. Damn. All right. Well, I need to save up a lot of money for that, but very worth it. We've taken the siege. We have to cross, and we'll take on the army of the Lao and Vidu Livu. Around half of our forces, but they have the defensive advantage, and we have to make the crossing here. Victory here is mostly assured. Defeat would be disastrous. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna get it. No problem. We can court, that's fine. We've got the free admin power. I think at this point, most of this army, we're just going to straight up keep in Asia. I mean, we're just going to go on colonial wars of expansion constantly until really we hit anyone who can stop us. The big one with the Hosokawa will also need to bring the main fleet for, but I'm in no rush to do that. Our army has seen better days. The varnish seems to have come off of the glory of our arms. People aren't taking our army as seriously as before. We'll take the stability hit. We can deal with that a little bit better. They don't have their fleet in the Mediterranean, do they? No, we're fine. Sardinia becomes the Ottomans. I don't think that is remotely possible. There was a time, Animik, when that would have been doable. No longer. I'd say Castalla is really the Ottomans of this timeline, if anyone. Because they were incredibly powerful through, like, the Renaissance and then, like, the late medieval period, and then they completely fell off. Oh, in parallel. Yeah, fair. We definitely have our decadence era, that's for sure, though. Just a much more minor version. Honestly, we've got the military power, and I'm impatient, and we need to do a lot more colonial wars while we have this period of peace. Let's knock the walls down. Star forts everywhere. I'm thinking, given we found all this wealth in a region of the world we just did not expect on these islands, let's just start island hopping in the Pacific and take all these islands. There's a lot of value here. And they're weak. Our army can take them out in our present form and be a good way to build back with very few actual risks before we take on the Hosokawa and become much more aggressive with our expansion in Asia. When we go after the Hosokawa, that will be the point that the other Asian powers will really start to see us as a threat, right? So that's a very dangerous point of this expansion we're doing. So we want to wait as long as possible to really do that. Slowly grow our power under the radar of all these Asian superpowers. And then we'll make our play with the Yusa guy. We'll probably go after the Vanuatu next, and then the Tonga as well. Start taking these islands. And then we've heard, of course, of that giant island to the south. They've got a very brutal, warlike people there who many colonizers have not fought due to their ferocity. I think they're definitely going to be on our list, though actually fighting them will be quite difficult. The Maori were like some of the hardest, like, people to fight out of, I think, any colonized region. The British had so much trouble with them because of their warrior culture. I mean, the Maori are hard as fuck, man. Like, they are hardcore. The wars the British fought with them, I think, were probably some of the most brutal colonial wars, I'd say. Trying to think if any ever compare. Probably not. Sardinia invented island hopping and napalm warfare. We'll knock out their fleet here, too. Not that we need to, but maybe we'll pick up a few ships. What is our naval, what's it called, doctrine, or free oarsmen? That's not really useful to us, is it? We don't even use galleys. Changing naval doctrine will cost 6,000? My god. Trade fleet would be nice, though. Has anyone ever played New Zealand in Vic 3 or EU4? We've had a New Zealand player a couple times in the Vic multiplayer games. I've seen it multiple times, actually. We can't make it a core, so we'll have to vassalize them, unless... We can vassalize them, and we can just feed them. We'll just make them into a colonial company, essentially, is what we're going to do here, right? Pillage their capital. Let's hit the Lao first. We actually can annex them. War reparation, steer trade, and then all the money that they can give us. They'll give us a lot of prestige too, and then we'll vassalize the other one. After sinking their fleet too. Did I hit the wrong button? I hit the wrong button, didn't I? God damn it, I did. Right, well, I will do a save edit here because that was just me fucking up, so bear with me. You know what I'm gonna do? The coring stuff doesn't make any sense. And I really try to not break the rules of these games too often, but given this is an RP campaign, I'm going to annex it. I'm going to court with a command. I don't do this very often, but I will make an exception for this. We will just wholesale annex that island and then turn it into a core. Because we're so far ahead of when this is in EU4 in the world's current state of affairs. And like, we wouldn't need to have a core to still establish like a fleet presence there. It was already done so often, so I'm not going to let the mechanics of this game stop this at this point, frankly. We'll just do it that way. All right. We annexed ourselves. Nice. Maybe we can't. Let me try annex Ville. There we go. All right. And then we can do add core. 1, 2. Oops. 1, 2, 4, 2. See if I did this right. I did. Okay. Going off debug mode. I always hate doing these things. It really does feel, I don't know, not so great to do edits like this, but when the game limitations are just so nonsensical, I will make the exception, and I will do that here. All right. Withholding the tithe. Sardinia and Corsica is facing dire financial times. Our advisors are desperately seeking a new method of raising funds to prevent economic collapse. One particularly tempting proposition is to withhold tithes from the church. You had me at fucking over the papal states and siphon the money into the national treasury through increased taxation. Yeah, I like that a lot. Let's go ahead and do that. Absolutely. All right, so we do have a port now here in the Pacific. And we can begin to expand and build a colonial company. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Pacific... Does the Pacific region, you actually don't get colonial regions there, right? You build trade companies, if I remember correctly. It's been a long time since I've done this as a European power in EU4. Or do they become colonial nations here? I'm trying to remember. Okay, trade companies. Gotcha. Perfect. I have no idea how to use those, so be warned. I am going to take separation of powers really early, given that we've instituted the parliamentary assembly reform, and given I want that idea group, we'll go for that. So, poll time. Given the current state of Sardinia e Corsica, the kingdom is coming back. We are beginning to expand the Pacific. We've really restructured our military and navy. We've modernized. We've balanced the economy. What are we thinking for idea groups here? We'll do a poll in a minute, but what do we think? What would make sense here? Off the top of my head, I think there's a case to be made for probably administrative or humanism. Maybe espionage, given what the Papal States have been doing with us recently. Maritime, obviously. And I think to a lesser degree, quantity or offensive. I mean, because of our military reforms. What do we think? Maritime, expansionism. All right, diplomatic. I'll do the poll. First 5 will be in it. They're going to follow GV, 8414. What is our leader's stats? Our leader's stats are 553, and he is a naive enthusiast. 23 years old, unmarried. Poll here. So we have maritime. Given our navy is still our strength, that makes sense. Expansion. You do got to remember, Russia, there's no colonies left we can take in the whole world. Does it do anything besides that? Yeah, do remember that 3 of its ideas we literally can't use. Colonists are absolutely worthless to us because there's nothing left to colonize. But I guess, you know, there are some trade bonuses, so I'll at least throw it in. Diplomatic. Offensive. Definitely not aristocratic. We've completely pushed out the nobles curse, so there's no way I don't think that would be happening. Religious and go Hellenic. That'd be interesting. Yeah, and I think humanism would make sense too. I'm going to move these around. All right, humanism. I'm going to replace expansion with religious. All right, so if you vote for religious, we may go Hellenic. We may not. We'll see. Poll is up. Lysandro will break into the house. That's true. He will. Lysandro wasn't super religious at the end of his life. He was very religious in his early life, but then he had like that remember when his son died in the Balkans in that war? And like he just like lost all hope? I would argue that Lysandro probably died an atheist. I'm gonna be honest. I'd make that argument. To be very frank. Death for the Pope. All right. Well, we're waiting on that. Let's just keep these wars. I mean, we're just gonna ravage our way through the Pacific right now. So we're gonna just immediately, frankly, start another war here. Holstein wants an alliance. We will politely refuse. We will semi-politely refuse. Cross to the Ever Islands, we're just going to start annexing wholesale here. I mean, in the eyes of our military, in the eyes of our king, and in the eyes of the burghers, we have an unprecedented period of peace here, right? If we're not taking every opportunity now that we've rebuilt to just expand rapidly, we may never have a chance again. So caution has kind of gone to the wind at this point. California is still technically a vassal. Marastran, California? Hindu, California, and then our 2 provinces still left there. We actually have units there. I didn't know that. The Union of Lysandro III and Ispella have gained not only a spouse, but also an ally to the realm. The Pietromachi is an old influential family in Corsica. Beautiful. Our wife, Ispella, is a 330, and now we have an heir to the throne, Solomon. It's a 623. Offensive. All right. How close was it? I'm curious. Not very close at all. Offensive it is. We are definitely beginning to go on the offense, and we've reformed our military, so check us out. I'm going to develop again. Let's dev up some provinces. With all this diplomatic power we have. We could max out mercantilism instead. We could take our mercantilism up by like... All right. Everyone in chat, you're all now burghers and economic advisors for King Lysandro. What are we going to do with all our Diplo power? Mechanically, yes, but I want you guys to, as always, just think about like the RP elements first and foremost, and then the benefits secondary. Pay off a few of those loans too. Can we see the trade nodes? Sure. You're welcome to see them. We have a lot of power in Tunis right now, of course, because we actually own still a bunch of that territory. And then in the Genoa trade node, we don't have a ton of power, given that we lost a lot of our mainland Italian holdings over the years, including losing Napoli, which was really disastrous. And we hold no trade power really anyone else besides that. I mean, looks like we may get some in the Pacific, but it has a long ways to go. Merc would help? How do you mean Merc? Welcome back, JV. What has happened? Oh my gosh. Ruthenia has fallen. We restructured our whole economy and have become very strong. We've gone into Asia. We allied the Yusugai and are now like the linchpin in the power plays between the two remaining Japanese powers. Chagatai fought a war with the other Mongolian power, meaning that Chagatai will probably be just a monstrous superpower. They're China and Russia combined, really, at this point. Anything else? Castella conquered all of North America, basically. What am I missing? Bavaria has formed an absolutely monstrously powerful state, and they have the Prussian ideas. So this is basically Prussian Germany at this point. I think those are the big points. If trade/colonial expansion is your focus, I said develop colonies or increase mercantilism. For RP, makes sense. Yeah, it is mostly Algerian. I mean, the whole Isles would be where most of the people are in the megacities, I think, but Algeria is like all of our land and Tunis. Develop manufacturing. Alrighty. It is decided. Music back here. They're not super viable, are they? We want manufacturing goods primarily, if we can afford them. Dates, seafood, grain, dates, saffron. Beekeeping, salt. So expensive to develop anything actually useful. Copper would be very nice for manufacturing. Toddler. We'll go for some more cheap stuff too. Tropical wood we can go for. It's just so cheap, honestly. That is in the colonial region too. We'll go for seafood. No, we can't actually. Grain or dates? For dates. Beekeeping. And there we go. With subjects expanded, you can make a wider, more diverse amount of dominions in Polynesia. These vassals also transfer on well to Vic 3. They become dominions or puppets. Would I just release it that way, Russia? Is that how I would do this? Or just, like, vassalize them? Because I really don't know how a lot of these mechanics work. Because I think I do have subjects expanded on. I believe I do in the Mon set. No? If you go to colonial region map mode, you can see the colonial regions and trade companies. Only Australia, North and South America can be colonial nations, while everything else is trade companies. Colonial region map mode. All right. Assume it's here. Colonial trade regions. I assume the red is colonial regions. Okay, yeah, colonial Louisiana, colonial Mexico, colonial California, etc. Colonial Australia is all this. What's this over here? Pacific Charter? I assume these are trade companies then, right? Being a charter? Pacific Charter? Yeah, Pacific companies. Okay, I see. Gotcha. Charter, and then colonies. Companies. Okay. I wonder if the converter makes chartered like trade company areas into vassals. That'd be really cool. I hope so. Interesting. I never knew that. So if we go after New Zealand, that'll actually be a vassal then. Whereas what we're doing here is all trade companies. Okay. Makes sense. Dominions are in the decision tab. Subjects expanded. There's one dominion, which is Florida. Okay. Dominion is not a subject. Oh yeah, so that's like a lot of the dominions that the other countries in Asia have, for example. I see. Autonomous dominion. Crusader state. Whoa. Salic Union. Pirate Brotherhood. Yeah, so I guess we could probably fight like a dominion war for some of these areas, right? For example, I bet we can make Bona into a dominion. Converter mixed them trade companies in Vic 3 for dominions. I see. Is there a button I can press to like make, for example, these lands into a dominion? Because I'd be happy to do that. Okay, when we get more Polynesia, we can turn them into a trade company. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. I mean, that's what we'd be doing, right? I mean, RP-wise, we're not just going to directly administer this land. There's no way. Not with the power of the burghers, not with, like, how distant this is. We turn this into a colonial trading company, like the East India Company, or, like, you know, the Dutch East India Company, etc. That's what we do here. Now, in this timeline, you do have to remember that there's actually really no frame of reference for that, right? So we'd be doing this before anyone else does. Given the power of the burghers, given how creative they've had to become to obviously get a lot of influence and power and wealth in Europe, given our status, it makes sense they'd be pretty creative. But there's never actually been a trading company built in Asia because of how powerful Asia is and how all the European powers have just been fighting over the Americas. So has anyone ever done this before? Maybe the Maristan has or something, but definitely not a European. So we'd be making new ground here, really. Given our really good advisors, the power of the burghers, power of our traders. Makes sense. All right, we took the siege. I am going to take Tonga in this war as well. You can tell those trade companies in that one map mode. Okay, I gotcha. So there are trade companies. It's just they're all, I think, going to be Asian, actually. I would guess. Yeah, the Marathi Company of the Moluccas. So the Marathi... Oh, Oman has a trading company. What? Oman already has done it. So we'd be copying basically Arabic traditions then, is what it would be. Oman Alta. Oh, yeah. No, they're very powerful. I mean, fairly powerful. Has anyone else made one? Javanese Pacific Company under the Majapahit. the Philippine Charter underneath the Usagai. So yeah, I mean, given that we have like an alliance with the Usagai, we probably have some cultural trade going on. And given, unlike many other European powers, we've actually had our eyes on Asia. It would make sense that, especially given our cultural openness, our religious tolerance, that we're open to ideas that perhaps some of the other Europeans aren't, and we're going to be copying their trading and economic strategies for nation building in the Pacific and doing it ourselves. That's actually kind of cool. That's interesting. Yeah, no, we're definitely going to go to Malaysia. We're picking up the really easy stuff to start with, and then we'll go after some bigger fish. I think, if anything, our dynasty and our nation has learned to be careful and learned to take things very slowly. I mean, Lysandro is a naive enthusiast, but he's not stupid. I mean, we're rushing, but there's no reason we need to rush into something just unwinnable, right? We also should upgrade all our forts at some point here. I mean, no real rush, but that does need to be done. Malayan trade would make a nation very powerful. Yes, it would. But in order to take it, we have to fight the reproclaimed Chinese Empire, the Pasai, which are a dominant power, the, what is their name? Oman and all their subjects, Paulus and their subjects, the colonial companies of Maharashtra, which is an absolute superpower in Asia. So to get into the Indonesian region, there's a lot that we have to contend with. So we have to be careful, and we have to do it very slowly. Let's send a diplomat to the court of the Maharashtra as well, and then to the court of the Paulus. Diplomacy has done a lot for us lately. Let's keep using it. The Usagai are also conquering in Asia. I'd imagine that our militaries and our navies would probably be working together. I mean, we have fleet basing rights with them. There was a meeting at some point with the diplomats of the Usagai and the diplomats of Sardinia where they took out a map of the Pacific and started drawing lines, I think. They could make for a very good partner going forward if we actually keep good relations with them, not gonna lie. Because they're strong. And if we help them defeat the Hosokawa, that's a pretty good alliance, and that's a very powerful friend to have. And given we'll have helped make them that'd be huge. Oh, I'm sure there would be a bit of a rivalry going on, but our mutual hatred for the Hosokawa, I think, is very much a unifying thing at this point. Send an ambassador to their country too. Call the one from Paulus. Hawaii is very valuable. It's on the to-do list, I would say. And given that they are still independent, Hosokawa have Midway, but they have not taken Hawaii, so we'll definitely go there. So if you didn't see that, Castella's Colombia just made claims upon our territory in this region. If we have to give it up, I will, but I'd prefer not to. Leonese Colombia too. Unconditional surrender. Good. That's not enough. We're going to take everything. You can have a healthy rivalry with your militaries. It doesn't need to be actually destructive. I mean, I think the Usagai would probably have a lot of respect for our Navy. I would imagine most of the world powers do. I mean, what our Navy has been able to do, I mean, obviously because of our ideas, but in the context of history, our Navy would be incredibly respected for just constantly hitting above its weight class. And to the Usagai, Hosokawa have always been a very powerful entity, and we knocked out their fleet in our 2 wars with them. We knocked out their fleets like it was nothing, right? I mean, we sunk the Hosokawa fleet immediately in the start of both of those wars. So I think the Usagai probably would be doing what Japan did a little bit later in history, right? Where they're allying and working with European powers to upgrade their own potential. So I would hazard a guess that the Usagai high command for their navy is definitely trying to get a look at Sardinian ships and Sardinian naval doctrine, I would guess. Part of the reason they're working with us would definitely be along those lines. Untrustworthy assistance. You received news of your marshal's activities in Caesarea. It appears he has been spreading ill words of our rule, encouraging disloyalty among the peasants. There's only one thing that happens for treason. Public execution. We haven't had those in a while. Are you going to try and unify Japan under the Hosokawa? No, under the Usugai. The Hosokawa are enemies. We're going to give all of Japan to the Usugai because they're our ally, but we're going to take their lands in the Pacific, we're going to take their colonies, and I'm going to take Taiwan too, if we can get it. That's the plan here. We just want to take the valuable trading regions. We want to take all the good producing regions. And the Netherlands has been formed. Lesser Frisia has finally formed the Netherlands. Wow. They've got the royal family of the old British royal family too. The Tubervilles was the royal family for Britain for a lot of EU4 until they lost it. Wow, yeah. There they are. We're gonna have the Netherlands in Vic 3. Hell yeah. Italian Taiwan. Hell, dude, yeah. I mean, it's a really valuable place historically and in modern times. I mean, there's never been a period that, you know, Taiwan was not a valuable reason in Asia for colonizers, for anyone really, right? You can only do dominions in the Philippines, East Indies, Africa, India, and trade outposts in Japan and China. I got you. So we'd have to go all the way into the Indies then to get that. Take the discipline advisor. You're improving relations with the Hosokawa? That was not intentional. Did I send the advisor to them instead of the Yusa guy? I did, yeah. You know what? Let's fire on the fort. Yeah, let's do rest of our loans real quick. Only 2 left. And then let's build up the rest of the grand shipyards. And then we're going to build up the rest of the counting houses. And we need to also build fortresses everywhere, star forts. Build blast furnaces too, I forgot about that. Cagliari produces coal? Oh man, that's huge. That is humongous, actually. My gosh. Go. Ohio Brethren. What's up, Svenska? Been a long time. We must unite. Family didn't go to Hillbilly Hot Dogs in West Virginia, so must march to it. Hillbilly Hot Dogs. I assume that's an actual place. Sounds like it is. How you doing? Yeah, true. Build the furnace. Absolutely. All right. Wait for our diplomat. He just got back from Asia, and we're sending him right back again. I bet the life of a Sardinian diplomat is a very brutal experience. I mean, despite being carried around probably on the world's best navy, you're constantly having to run all over Europe and all over Asia. We'd probably only hired unmarried diplomats because they never see their wife. Tonga is ours. Right on the river. Really? I'll have to check that out. I haven't taken a trip to West Virginia in a while. I was dating someone from West Virginia a while back, and we took a couple trips down there, but man, that was a while ago. Well over a year. We're gonna get a coalition from the Lao. Fine. Sardinia gets all the powerful builds in EU4 and gets the rich mines in CK3. Except they nerfed Sardinian gold mines in CK3. They really did. We didn't start in Cagliari either, so we didn't get it at the start of the game until later. Visit from some shady people. A few slightly shady-looking characters have appeared at our court offering their service to our king. They're willing to be able to do things that any proper ruler would never design to do publicly. No, we don't need their services. I don't think so. All right, Castorovico, You're going to be going right back to Asia. I feel like we could have told him to go, like, talk to both of these guys instead of sailing to the Pacific, getting one piece deal, sailing back, and then sailing there again. Poor guy. Sardinian bureaucracy is not efficient, it seems. Another imperialism war done. Oh, yeah, they turned to rebels. Let's go deal with them. Crazy. You should go. Already read that. Back then, they brought the family with you. Actually, could be. No, that is, you're right about that. They did bring their whole family wherever they went. But the thing is, with our diplomats, like, most of them aren't stationed anywhere. They're just, like, constantly being sent around. So, but yeah, you are right about that. There is widespread support among the people and nobility for our current policies. Indeed, they are being magnified well beyond their actual efficiency as proof of the government's goodwill and interest in the welfare of the realm. Let's take the stability. We are a very prestigious country in Europe again. Look at that. I make our stability go up to 3, but we need that for coring all these lands. We're conquering wholesale in Asia as we continue to expand. We finally have a very imperialistic leader. Lysandro III is probably going to go down as one of our most expansionist colonial-wise leaders, I'd say, given what he's doing here. All right, we have ourselves some islands. Japanese nations own most of the rest of Asia. I'm actually surprised there was anything enough for us to really get here in the Pacific, to be frank with you. Yeah, so we've got 2 options now, or 3 options. We could go after Hawaii and the Maui. We can go after New Zealand, or we can start going into Indonesia. I don't think we're ready for Indonesia, so I think we probably need to go after Hawaii. And then we'll need to bring more troops and more ships here to prepare for an invasion of the island chain to the south. Are they all allied with each other, or can we pick someone off? We can pick someone off, I think. No, they're all tributaries, though, Waitaha. Yep. How many troops in total are we fighting? 55? 68? $81,000 troops there. We need a lot of transport ships to land that. Let's see if there's any greener pastures around. Indonesia, perhaps? We're just poring over the maps that the UC guy have given us, looking for any regions we can expand our colonial power into. There's also the war with the Hosokawa that we need to be thinking about, to be frank. So allied with each other here. Maybe in Vietnam. No, we do not want to get the anger of the Shagatire Paulus. That is something we do not need to be doing right now. I'm thinking we actually need to start looking towards the war of the Hosokawa. I'm gonna be honest. Hainan? You mean go after the Ming? Yeah. We're gonna go after Hawaii. Oahu, Maui, and the Hawaii. Yep. I think that is where we're gonna go after next. We pick off any of them? Or are they all allied to each other? They're all allied to each other. Being still with a casual 100k, I mean, those coastal Chinese provinces are valuable no matter what Paradox game you're playing. Lanjing might not get access. I recommend trying to use your naval superiority to isolate islands to occupy. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Crack Jesus. Because their land advantages don't matter if they can't land. Yeah, we can start going back after some of the big Asian powers once we do that, to go after like these islands and stuff. We need to expand our home navy and bring it to Asia, though. And there's no need to rush this. The first big war we do is when we really kind of take the gloves off. And when we do that, we're going to have a target on our back. So we got to be ready. We're going to go after the Hawaii. And when we're done with that, we're going to see about supporting the Usagai in a war against the Hosokawa. Oh my god, they're allied to the Majapahit. The Usakai declare war on the Hosokawa, and they call the Shagatai and us. We're gonna win it, though. We just need to nudge them to do it. What's up, John? How are you? I recommend maritime if you're already going naval. We may do that for our last idea group. We went offensive. We've already got, obviously, naval already completed. Naval has actually been the only thing I'd say that's kept us alive in this portion of the mega campaign. If we hadn't taken naval as our first idea group, I don't think we would be around. It was probably that decisive in EU4. During those early wars where we were just trying to hold on. And mid-wars where we were trying to hold on, I guess. It's been a lot of just generally holding on to anything we can grasp. Yeah, John, I'm going to be streaming a lot more later on the weekends from here on out. I don't expect to really do early streams again until I have to for multiplayer games. I think 2 to 10 is going to be like the normal times I'll be streaming on the weekends now on EST time. I used to stream earlier because our multiplayer games were earlier usually, and because like a lot of people watch me are European, but that's not really the case anymore. So I am going to be switching it, I think. Here we go, another colonial war. We've heard of these really rich islands completely undeveloped to the north. We're going to go after those as well. Wish I got one of these earlier streams in the EU4 pot. You would have been a naval power. Oh, I know. If you were backseating. That would be, yeah, very different story. I mean, to be fair, I have taken a number of suboptimal decisions throughout the course of the whole mega campaign purposefully, and a lot of that did screw us, which I will do again. The only reason I'm not doing that as much now is because we're so desperate. This is the most metagamey I've been in the grand campaign, and I'm only doing that so we survive. I will not force us to win, but I will go a little bit more meta if I have to. And we are at that point. We've been at that point. Oh my god. We land on one of these islands, that'd be big. The Maui did not join the war. No way they'd actually give us... There's no way they'd do it. I'm not going to do that. There's no way. Hear me out. Hear me out. I know what I'm going to do here. This will be interesting. Okay. So in the roleplay, when the fleet of Sardinia reached the coast of Hawaii, a land split between the 4 islands, all independent and all separate, we find ourselves at war with 3 of the kings of this island chain. Only one of the kings chose to remain, and not strike out to defend their islands against us. Sardinia may be an imperial power, we may be a colonial power, but we much rather have allies than enemies. When our fleet prepared off the coast of the island of Maui to prepare before landing troops on the islands, a ship sent out with an ambassador from the Maui, King Kikai Kaliokaki, I'm saying that wrong, sent an ambassador to speak with our admiral and general, giving us lodging and wishing to speak with them directly, saying it would be worth our time. When he spoke with us, he offered us a proposal. Knowing well that the European powers and the Asian powers eclipse his nation, he has had many ambassadors and many merchants here from across Asia and Europe. He knows well that these islands will not remain independent, as he is a wise man, no, a strong one. He offered us a deal. In exchange for the utilization of his islands and his ships and his knowledge to conquer the other kings of the island, he would wish for a treaty whereby they would be incorporated underneath him directly while being a dominion ship of the kingdom of Sardinia. If he was to retain his title as king and retain autonomy and power over the islands of the Hawaiian archipelago, he would aid us and cede some autonomy, which I think we will accept. So what we'll do here is I'm going to take their military access. We're going to beat these guys. I'm going to fight a quick war with the Maui and vassalize them, and I'm going to give them the rest of the islands, is what we're going to do here. So we'll make a deal with them and turn them into a subject to collaborate rather than have to fight off the natives and keep down rebellions forever. Meaning that one of the Hawaiian kings will still rule in Hawaii. Holy wool. Nice. Yeah, he can, if we give him all the regions, I believe he can actually form Hawaii. I think it is a formable. Jump around. Playing a game soundtrack. It's at the very quiet portion, and given we're at war, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Alrighty. Our diplomat is back, and we're going to send him right back to Asia. And we'll land the army. Sardinia and Hawaii, indeed. Eminar for the win. Eminar's a very good mod. I do enjoy it a lot. I'll definitely come back to it one day. Oh yeah, John. Be good to have you around. I've missed your multi-paragraph messages. We got to make him form Hawaii before subjugation, probably. Most formals require you to be independent. Let me check. All right. Here's what I'll do instead. They're of the same dynasty. We'll just say it's the king. I'm going to be a little lazy with this. I'm going to vassalize Hawaii. I'm going to annex the other two islands. And then I'm going to do a save edit to just annex the Maui and make it into Hawaii. The other option is instead of having the Hawaii, we literally just have it called Maui instead. You got to remember, Hawaii, Maui, Oahu, and Kauai, they're all the different island names, right? The only reason Hawaii is named Hawaii is because it was the main island, I believe, that was vassalized and the king conquered the other regions, right? Because they were always fighting. So why don't we just not have it, like, just be Maui instead? I mean, I see no reason to make it Hawaii when there's no way the king who made this treaty would want it to be called after another island, right? They have a cool flag, I'll give you that, but I gotta say, the Maui flag's pretty fucking cool. In fact, I'd say I even like the Maui flag better. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do that. It's not gonna be Hawaii, it's gonna be Maui instead. Speaking of Hawaii, let's take their island. Both the ships brought by Sardinia and the ships offered to us with guides from the Kingdom of Maui have allowed us to land our parties in regions of Hawaii that we would not have known of otherwise, making our conquest of the island much quicker and much easier. We're going to fire on their fortress from our fleet. Also, with all of our money, let's pay off our loans and start working on more counting houses. Yeah, I like the name Kingdom of Maui. That's fucking cool, man. It's probably because I've watched Moana too many times. I'm going to be honest. I'm a little biased. When I used to take care of my little brother for like 6 months, which I did pretty often, the only way I could get him to shut the fuck up when he was being an asshole, he was very young, like 3 or 4. The only way I could get him to just relax would be if I put on Moana. So I've seen that movie like probably 20 or 30 times. It's a good movie. I think there's probably a little bit of Stockholm Syndrome at work there, but that's fine. Okay, so what do we want to go for here? Anti-revolutionary zeal. I'm just going to choose these based on RP. I'm going to try not to even look at these stats. Naval engagement makes sense. Ignore coring distance. We already have kind of done that, haven't we? Improved artillery range. Manifest destiny. Scurvy cured. That'd be big. Taxes. Go projects. Additional diplomats. That would make a lot of sense. We'll probably take that. Rural Navy would also make sense. Tolerant people would make sense too. Ooh, there's a lot of these that make sense, not gonna lie. Alright, I'm gonna put up a poll here because I'm gonna be indecisive. What are we going for our first, what are these things called? Oh, you know what these are called. Splendor thingies. Put the ones on here that make sense. Just the names, don't look at it. Scientific advancements. With our advanced science that we've kind of cultivated with our universities and stuff, that makes sense. Tolerant people. What was it? Naval width or something? Naval engagement. And we've got diplomats. I think there was one other. That's it. All right, pull us up. Y'all gotta decide. The trade one. Did I miss that? Oh, floating batteries. I think it's what you mean, right? Blockade impact on siege. Curing scurry sounds based. True. Just carrying lemons in the ships does wonders. Hawaii gets permit claims on other northern Polynesian islands if you let them form it, but at this point you have imperialism, so it doesn't matter. No, we would. I mean, that's a mechanical thing. We would not take that into account with what we're doing here, so we'll go Maui. Consequences be damned. We've actually never had a golden age, by the way. So I'm going to say it. If we win one European war, I will not take a golden age if there's not a good reason for it. Even if we go the whole EU4 about taking the golden age, that's fine. If we win a major European war and we have a major trade company in Asia, I'll give us a golden age. Otherwise, I'm not going to take it. I won't fire it just to fire it. We'll only do it if it's warranted. So if we win a European war soon, or something really big happens after we've come back from where we've been at, I'll fire a golden age. But that's the only situation that happens. If we just keep getting beat up or can't really do much after this, we'll go into Vic E3 without one. That music going. Hawaiian flag is nice. It has been too long, hasn't it? Name your price. They won't accept anything right now? I should have fucking sold them California. All right. Hmm. Naval engagement. We're gonna fucking need that, won't we? We do have a flagship. Realm navies. Naval force limit modifier, naval fire, naval shock, naval maneuver, and global range increase. I am also going to change our military policy from forts to naval, the Nautical Education Act. Given all those changes, here we go. We are at war with Castile once more. Let's just do as much damage to them navally as we can. Let's commission some more heavy ships too. We can knock out their naval forces here. We have a shot, I think. Well, not a shot. We have the ability to delay them long enough to be able to get a not absolutely ridiculous naval outcome or, you know, peace deal. We've slaughtered their navy here. Look at that. Destroyed their light ship fleet. No surprises. Naval showman. Prestige and tradition from battles. Useless. That's the boy. Oh my god. 100 heavy ships. We should have gotten maritime. I am full of nothing but regret right now. Boys, I'm going to make a call. I'm going to make a call right now. We're going for it. Look at these fleets, man. We need more heavy ships. No one joined the war either, by the way. Just the Yusa guy. And I mean, they're in Asia. I love how our only loyal ally is the one across the world. No, we need to station it here. This war will be rough. There's no way around it. Let's send Barcel back, though. We'll send our admiral. We are going to need him, my god. How's your galley combat ability? Really high, I think. 40% bonus. Should we build a bunch of those? We'll go way over our limit. We really can't afford this, though. That's the problem. These heavy ships are destroying our economy. Our whole army is in Asia. I will give you really whatever you want right now, Castal. I'm gonna be honest. I wish there was a stand down mechanic like Vic 3. If they'd started this play, we would have immediately just stood down. That's one of the things I really like in Vic that's so realistic. A lot of wars didn't happen because, like, a country made it clear they wanted something and we're going to go to war, and the other country just said, you know what? Take it. But we don't get to do that. All right, boys. This is risky. Yeah, here they come. We have to defend the whole miles. We have no soldiers there. Let's hit it. Big battle, folks. Big battle. You're not reinforcing? We knocked them off. Huge. We defended Corsica and stopped their naval invasion. We can let them take Africa, but the home isles we can't give up. Big? Their navy was not quick enough to respond. Oof. Now, if we can wait for those heavy ships, and we can get one or two more naval ideas, we might be able to take on that fleet. It is doable. I mean, I think it was just overconfidence, really. We've beaten them so many times navally, but still. We'll just burn their transport ships, honestly. In the harbor of Caesarea. Burger loans? Yeah. Oh, here we go again. And I guess we're gonna spam galleys then, right? Well, at least we can keep the war going with Hawaii and the other powers in Asia. We're going to walk away. We're going to lose a lot of land. The question is just how much, really. Beautiful. March on to the rest of the islands. We'll go to Oahu next. I think we can fill the whole engagement width already, right? I mean, not counting the ships we will lose in a naval battle. Naval engagement at this point. It's like a width of like 42, I want to say, right? So I think we do meet it with our heavy ships. We'll just need to compensate with galleys. Yeah, they did. Ruthenia's gone. Piran, did you miss it? Ruthenia got destroyed. There was a coalition war against them, and then Byzantium declared, and then Lithuania declared. Ruthenia's gone. It's really the time we could have an ally. My gosh. Yeah, we're all alone again. We're only allied with an Asian power, the Yusa guy. That's it. Marcel, we'll send him home now. Thank fucking Jesus we have a good admiral, though. That'll be big. Here comes the wave. They won't take our Asian lands, though. We're not going to give that up in the peace deal. We will absolutely take the stability. Save money, we can convert some of the heavies to galleys. We can. I'd rather mothball them, though. Those heavies are what will save us. They always have been. There it goes. We're going to lose San Francisco for sure in this war. So what I will say here, guys, is I don't normally do this sort of thing, but I think I'm just getting more in the RP mindset with some of these wars and stuff. What we will do is, even if we lose North Africa, we've, like, at this point, I think RP-wise, we've kind of established that doctrine that we're willing to just lose North Africa. But as long as we hold the whole miles, they really can't touch a lot of our power, right? I mean, they'll devastate our lands and stuff. If we can beat their naval power in this war, if we can beat their naval power with our fleets, I'm going to force a peace deal with them that will give them San Francisco Bay, and I'm going to give them the rest of the Balearic Isles, and we're going to keep everything else. Because that's all their main course. If we can't beat their navy in this war, we'll just take whatever peace deal they give us. Because if we can sink all their navies, destroy their trade, right? Like realistically, if you destroy someone's trade, even if you're fully occupied, we'd be able to force better terms, right? Like in Vic 3, if you can destroy all their convoys, the country collapses. It should be the same in EU4, it's not. So if we can win navally, I'm going to give us a lesser peace. If we can't, we'll lose all this, which is fine. I do want to start making some of these peace deals a little bit more realistic. Preparing our defenses. Sassar and Cagliari. That's for sure what we want. Let's not chase that. That's a little too risky. The naval battle will decide everything, so we can't go into it early, or we're done. Tick up a little bit. We get to the point where we can mass blockade and privateer shit out of Sevilla, you can turn the tide. Their armies are so big, we can't. But, I mean, we can really fuck them up for a while, that's for sure. We just can't compete with them on land. Can't sustain this. We gotta go with what we have. I will make a call for the last of our heavies to come back. We're gonna put our whole fleet together, and then we're gonna go for it. When those ships get here, we're gonna sail. We can get some of these heavies out of port too, that'd be big. We only have 16 months, so we can sustain this. Oh. I've said it a few times, but I'm gonna say it with utter certainty. This is gonna be the most important naval battle in the Grand Campaign. A lot is gonna get decided here. We also don't have many sailors left either. What caused the war? They declared for California. We still have San Francisco Bay and they won it. Simple as that. Where'd their fleet go? Oh, we can actually get all our ships out of port. Big. I'm going to take advantage of this to knock out that fleet down there and get the last of our heavy ships. No, wait. There they are. Here they come. Could be much worse. We have every naval bonus on, right? We do. I don't think there's anything else that can be done at this point. I'd love that, but we don't have maritime. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Battle of the Barbary Cross is moments away. A defining point in the history of the Sardinian Navy, the Kingdom of Sardinia, and the House of Torres. We win or we perish. There is nothing else. Oh boy. Oh no. We got intercepted. They're watching us like a hawk now. Look at that. I'm going to do something very risky. We're going to take this battle. You know why? They've got so many light ships here that that'll block out their combat wits. The disarrayed nature of the Navy of Sardinia, or of Castella right now, could be our only option for victory. We have news that our reinforcements are not but several weeks out. We're going to take these battles. Here we go. This is for everything. Good. Destroying their navy. We won in the south. Let's bring up the reinforcements. How far out of those 6? Oh, the heavies got intercepted. They may still win that, though. I have no admiral. Let's bring them to port. Can we? We can. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Battle of the Ligurian Sea. We sunk their flagship off the coast of Corsica in the Bay of Sassari. There it is. And we got it. 50 heavy ships gone. Massive. They were not ready. They did not expect us to take that fight. And in their disarray, their navies piled over each other. And we put them all at the bottom of the Ligurian Sea. Massive. My gosh. We have the Mediterranean. That is huge. Let's take this opportunity to hunt down every ship we can find. They're all running. Yeah, we had the Mediterranean now. Wow. Huge. Not sustainable. Unfortunately. Let's get our trade back up, huh? I'm going to go ahead and destroy all those galleys. Let's cancel the last of those ships being built as well. We don't need them. We're well over. Let's sink the rest of that. The High Admiral has ordered the destruction of a large number of our ships. There we go. That's sustainable. All right, we have the med. The cost of this is high. No, we can't stop North Africa. We will never be able to win in North Africa. But if we can rule the med, if we can destroy their light ships, I'm going to force a reasonable peace out of them. Let's repair in Sassari, though. We took a lot of losses in that battle. You gotta remember, at this point, our Navy and our High Command, like, we would have prepared for this and always expected North Africa to fall. All of our gold, all of our wealth, all of our military power and command, it's all in the islands. And this is disastrous for our country, don't get me wrong. But if we control the Med... There's their fleet. Let's repair before we hit them again. 28,000 brave souls under Bernat Coretto are going to hold out in Biserta, and they will most likely get killed and slaughtered. I haven't looked at Asia in a while. Yeah, we can actually cross. Man, we actually won that. This is so big. Could definitely use those sailors. One more, and then we're going to hit the fleet again. This time we won't have the advantage of all those ships, though. They've lost so many heavies here. They're getting overconfident in the Mediterranean again. Recruit Marines. Do Marines siege coastal areas quicker, Jesus? Man, they cost sailors, though. That's rough. I'll get 5. We can't take more. We're going to take a lot of losses in this battle right now. Let's hit them first if we can. They land faster. I got you. Another case of them overwhelming the Ligurian Sea. Let's take it. Another opportunity. They're doing it to themselves again. Go! Good rolls. Slaughtering that fleet. Look at that. They had no heavies in that. I don't know why. Burn their ships. Let's go after everything else they have here. There they are. Oh, we won't get that big fleet, but we'll get the other one. Burn all their light ships as soon as we get them. How many heavy ships do they have left at this point? $69. Nice. Demands for representation, ban the publication. We'll lock up those people too. This is not the time to be demanding reform. We are fighting an existential conflict with our greatest historical rival. They're gonna get away. We need to go repair again. They were also using a lot of two-deckers. It looks like a lot of their heavy ships were not upgraded here. Oh. I think they just landed. I saw a bunch of their ships there. Yep. They took to Port and Maria. We have to repair. Oh, we're out. Our treasury is gone. I'm going to try to bait them. All right. If this succeeds, I'm going to force a treaty out of this. Actually, we can even see what they want in the peace deal in a minute. We need to start blockading them, though. Get some income. Fleet maintenance is just not going to happen. Recruit regiments of Marines. Have the Marines land in Gibraltar while your fleet blockades the sea zone of the Strait of Gibraltar. Can't they cross the Strait of Gibraltar, though, even, like, because they own both sides of it, even if we have a fleet there? Scorch Earth and Gibraltar and occupy the province. Have your transport ships pick up the real army that can siege ports. If Iberia has no such aerial soldier left, we can siege them down and win. They actually can't cross. We just have no money. How much debt do we have? 3,000. Alrighty. Oh, really? I'm gonna try the play Crack Jesus. We're gonna do this shit. I'm gonna bring the troops back from Hawaii too. We have a crackpot admiral has proposed an absolutely outrageous plan, and we're gonna go ahead and try it. Really? Fine. We'll come back later. Run the rest of the light ships. Go for it. Their main fleet is still docked up in Spain, or up in Italy, I should say. They're chasing. Let's take it. See if we can cut them off. This music is not enough. Hold on. I need a good song here. Here we go. Here we go! Hold on to your fucking seats. Woo! Let's do this! Six to 1 odds, gentlemen. We cannot be stopped. 24 heavies at the bottom of the bay. We'll burn all their ships once more. Leave them in that smoking wreckage. Woo! Here we go. They do have troops back in Iberia, though. That's the problem right now. They have troops everywhere. What we can do, if I hadn't sunk all of those transport ships, would be to cross and to force them out of Port Ibiza. The rest of our army has been slaughtered wholesale in Bona. They held out for a while. Gotta give them credit on that. It's a good thing I upgraded that fortress in Kabila. It's delaying them. The fort in Ceuta? We can't beat either of the armies on either side, though. That's the problem. I don't think. What if we start blockading them? What is that going to do to the war score? Let's look at that when we've actually repaired here. There's their fleet. We hit it again. Huge. $27, 30 heavy ships. I'm going to try and keep those if we can. Those are going to be nice for later. The more valuable provinces you siege. All right, let's just siege out their whole coastline then with blockades. It's a great opportunity to provoke them to attack our navy when they're not ready to. Come on. They're rebuilding their navy. Look at all those heavies. The king died? Lysandro died in the middle of the war? Whoa, man. Solomon's only 6. You know how you know this is going to be one of our greatest kings? It's always like this. When the king dies in a war and a Torres comes to age during the middle of a giant war, you know he's going to be great. All right. Lysandro was a great king. We will not forget him, but we must continue with the war. I mean, I think the Navy High Command and the Military High Command would kind of just be running things, so the Queen Consort won't have really much to stop it. What if the, oh no, they hit it on the way back. Run! Oh, they hit a lot of our soldiers there. We need to escort them through the med here. We lost a lot of soldiers. They intercepted us. Oh, they're going to do it again. Send the fleet south. This is dangerous. The whole army from the Pacific coming back right now. They're going to make it. A lot died in the crossing. They keep putting down their war exhaustion, I think. Our last great fortress in Africa has fallen, Kabila. It's all up to the Navy now. There's their fleet. Take it. Their main fleet's coming instead. Hold on. Let's be smart here. That's the last of their heavies. Nope, they're not going to engage it. Go. We're going to get it. Big. Only 7 heavies left. Another flagship sunk. 2 in the war already. Man. This is hurting, though. The loans we've taken, they will haunt us for a while. But if we can walk out without being destroyed by Castalla, everything will be worth it. They got away. We're going to blockade their whole coastline. I'm going to use the light ships, which is dangerous, especially if we get in a big battle. But I think it'll be worth it here. The big blockade we've got now. Calls for peace. Traitors! That's absolutely nothing for them, though. If we can get their war exhaustion high enough, we can get a solid piece. An acceptable piece. These loans are gonna kill us, though. The interest is not that bad, though. In the mall. We're gonna take a bees and force their fleet out of port. I'm gonna get us to go repair our fleet while we do this, too. Hold it. We'll take this. Our ships are fucked up, but we're gonna take this. Go! Fleet's gonna escape while we do that, I think. Yep, they are. Revolutionary Bavaria? No way, not with their ideas. That's terrifying. Wow. Revolution in Regensburg. The revolution has arrived. Large crowds gathered in Regensburg to demand a wide range of concessions, chief among them a more democratic constitution. Taken aback on the scale of the protest, King-elect Rudolph III tried to defuse the situation by offering significant concessions. However, the leaders of the revolutionaries, Arnold Vierig, ensured that they would not back down easily. "What proof have we?" he asked, "that the despot will keep his word?" At this, King-elect Rudolph III ordered the troops to disperse the crowds. However, the troops refused to fire on protesters, and instead it was he who was driven out. A revolutionary republic has been declared under the watchful stewardship of Arnold Vierig, who promises to abolish serfdom, establish equality under law, and redistribute the nobility's land between the state and the peasantry, leading the people of Bavaria to a future guided by the ideals of liberty and the brotherhood of man. Chairman Arnold, with all the Prussian ideas too, that is terrifying. All right, so we're going to end here for the day. Due to the radical actions in Bavaria, the world's pinnacle and most advanced land power has come under the direction of radicals and of extremists who threaten the very nature of monarchy and of the natural order of man. Given the recent naval battles in this conflict, diplomats from Castilla and Sardinia have met on the coast of Valencia, whereby a treaty will be established. In this, we are going to see California, and we will see the remainder of the Balearic Islands. And we will both promise one another to set aside our mutual hatreds for now, and to prepare a joint war together to take down revolutionary Bavaria. We may be liberal, we may have reformed in many ways, but what has happened in Bavaria to the world's most dangerous and pinnacle military is a threat without pair. So you got to realize, guys, in the RP of things, like this is so radical. The French Revolution just happened, except like it would have been under like basically like United Germany later. So it'd be even more terrifying prospect. So given that, we're going to go ahead and end this war. I will do it in the save edits, and we will continue next week, whereby our armies will march with Castilla upon revolutionary Bavaria. And we will end here for the day. Actual revolution. All right, let's see if there's anyone to raid. There is not. All right, folks, I'll be back streaming next Saturday. We're going to continue the Fallen Eagle campaign, more Grand Campaign. I'm going to be doing Grand Campaigns from here on out for at least now, both Saturday evening and afternoon, and then Sunday evening and afternoon. So hope everyone has a great week. Hope everyone is enjoying the Grand Campaign as much as I am, and I will catch you all very soon.